A very good morning, namaskar, and a very warm welcome to the International MSME Day celebration. India towards 100, empowering NexGen MSMEs, globally competitive, sustainable, and profitable. An initiative by India SME Forum on the occasion of International MSME Day. On behalf of India SME Forum, I, Sushma Morthania, Director General, wish every entrepreneur of our country a very, very happy and best wishes for the World MSME Day. Once again, a hearty welcome to this program. Today, while we celebrate 27 June as World MSME Day, it is one more reason for all the entrepreneurs of India to come together, be recognized as a community, network, engage, learn about best practices, learn about their rights as entrepreneur, learn about what difference they can make to the nation, how they can contribute to the economy, what are the expectations of our nation from all the entrepreneurs, and what is it that we can do towards making India a global superpower. Let me run you all through the journey of India SME Forum in last 12 years and where are we and how is it that we have contributed and being instrumental in building this ecosystem for entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship, and MSMEs as an entire fraternity. India SME Forum we founded in May 2011. Since then and now, I am very proud to say that we are 98,000 plus MSME member strong, 9 lakh subscribers who are engaged and associated with India SME Forum through various modes of social media, website, and other modes of engagement. And we have other members associated with India SME Forum through its 19 chapters. In last 10 years, we have digitalized 35,000 MSMEs. We have mentored personally and helped many enterprises to move on to or graduate to next level, around 9,000 of those. And we have been able to handhold more than 2,000 enterprises for directly becoming exporters for the first time. At India SME Forum, we have been engaged with series of initiatives, mainly focusing on knowledge sharing, making MSMEs aware of what policies are, what rights they have, how they can contribute to the ecosystem, how they can make their businesses profitable, globally competitive, and sustainable at the same time. India SME Forum has been working towards policy changes, taking representations, and has been closely working with Niti Aayog for voicing the concerns of MSMEs and bringing about changes that MSMEs seek for the seamless and smooth functioning. India SME Forum, through its intellectual property facilitation centers, both in Mumbai and Delhi, has been facilitating MSMEs for innovation, for offering brand solutions, for helping them doing trademarks, for patenting their processes, and also being able to avail benefits under the MSME innovative scheme of the Ministry of MSME. India SME Forum in July 2021 also introduced a specific vertical called the Forum for Internet Retailers, Sellers and Traders. By acronym, we call it FIRST, FIRST. We formed this vertical specifically after the inclusion of retailers and sellers and traders in the MSME definition. And under this vertical, we have so far more than 34,000 retailers and traders across India who are associated. When we talk about compliances and regulatory frameworks, India SME Forum has also been instrumental in voicing concerns against the All India special drive for fake registrations. And we have taken up this cause at the highest level to smoothen and to not make it an issue or a problem for genuine MSMEs. And we have also been very supportive of such initiatives taken by the government so that they are able to weed out non-scrupulous enterprises or entrepreneurs who may lend a bad name to the entrepreneurial community. We have been also instrumental in onboarding more than 35,000 MSMEs in the past 5 years on various on e-commerce platforms. We have also been able to help MSMEs in building their own online shop fronts and web fronts. One very important aspect and one very, very important constituent of this entrepreneurial community is women entrepreneurs. And at India SME Forum, we very, very strongly recognize this constituent. And we had launched in 2014 Women Entrepreneurs Wing of India SME Forum called Women Entrepreneurs Forum. Since 2014 and now, under the WEF, we have more than 7,300 women-owned businesses as the members. This year, we specifically started a specific initiative for women entrepreneurs who want to become first-time exporters. We started a cohort of 500 women, and the program was launched on 1st of March. This cohort of 500 women are on their final finishing line of becoming the first-time exporters, and it's very heartening to see them contribute to India's global India's export economy, or the global trade. And apart from that, India has been constant. India SME Forum has been constantly recognizing, has been constantly acknowledging successful enterprises, successful entrepreneurs, and bringing to the fore their stories, their journeys, for all the other members of the fraternity to learn from their success stories, to make them role models and follow their footsteps, learn from their failures, and create idols from them, and make their own enterprise a successful venture. So, with that, we are gathered here today once again to celebrate the International MSME Day. Throughout the day, we have planned a series of themes for today, and we are going to be talking about various paradigms and various themes regarding finance, regarding boosting competitiveness, regarding making this ecosystem more robust, and various other aspects of doing business. So, with that, I once again welcome and wish all of you a very, very happy World MSME Day, and best wishes and for a very, very successful and a very successful venture. And you guys have a great day. Thank you.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज।
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है। आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
May I now take the pleasure of inviting our President, Shri Vinod Kumar, to make introductory remarks on the occasion of World MSME Day.
Thank you very much, Sushma ma'am. It has been a pleasure to be here. And first of all, let me congratulate all our small and medium enterprises, all our micro, small, medium enterprises, I would say, on the occasion of this International MSME Day. It's such a important day for every country that has been trying to look at how to boost their economy, how to move forward millions of job creators, how to enable them so that there can be jobs for every person in our countries. You know, this entire journey of India SME Forum that we have all been a part of, if we look at, it started way back when we were trying to set up a club of sorts with small and medium entrepreneurs, supporting them, looking at how we can, offer them some advice, some knowledge at various points in time and various situations in their business. And from then and now, whatever we have achieved, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the ecosystem, most of you are now aware of. But let me share a couple of points on exactly what is it that we have been able to elicit in terms of responses from the government, from the agencies, from the institutions. And I remember when we talk about, um, the country as a whole, what we have to look at is we used to have SSI units, which were to be registered in the states because industry is a state subject. And from there, we moved to a completely paperless, completely online process where we said that MSMEs no longer need to be, go to any office to register themselves. You can go online, register on what we used to have at that point in time, which was the Udyog Aadhaar, which now is the Udyam registration that is centralized, that can be done for any place in the country, for any number of units that you might have. And all of that is now completely online. For the first time ever, our country looked at what can we do apart from just supporting women or through their tough times, through dowry cases and through their education and all that, to a point where we are now talking about economic empowerment of women, seeing women more and more as job creators, to come into the mainstream. And that is what this government looked at in terms of just numerous initiatives like Stand Up India, where every bank branch was told to give one loan to a woman. Similarly, when it comes to smaller, entrepreneurs or self-employed women, there was the Mudra that was started, which talked about every small livelihood enterprise can actually get funding, and you don't have to depend on people, unscrupulous people, to get money. We talked about empowering youth for creating more and more enterprises, which was a Startup India tirade that I would say that was launched. And today, when it was launched, we used to feel maybe it will work, maybe it will not work. We are not very sure. But today, you have more than a lakh of entrepreneurs who have set up startups. The UPI, another amazing intervention by the government, where what we found is that majority of us are able to use our bank accounts directly to pay for whatever we buy or sell. And we are able to get money online in a matter of seconds without having to pay any card fees or any credit card fees or any other fees associated with financial transactions. We talked about people that are doing small jobs, odd jobs, and those that don't have access to finance. We had microfinancing and lending, which came into being without collateral. Again, a very, very big step where millions of entrepreneurs were pushed away from the clutches of those that were hoping for, making a quick buck off them by charging horrendous rates of interest. So that is something that we saw. We saw this push for intellectual property, where from a time where hardly anybody used to get trademarks and quality standards and all that, today you have millions of applications every year for trademarks, for creating brands by small, medium entrepreneurs. That has again been a very, very big step. We've looked at TREDS, which is like receivables financing. When you bill somebody and you intend to get money back immediately rather than having to wait for 60, 80, 90 days. That worked. We saw a focus on skill development at the ground level, at the bottom level, where we were talking about how do we get a continued supply of people to come forward and be skilled so that we can employ them. During the COVID, which was a terrific, blot on our businesses. Most of them had to shut during the COVID time, and then some of them rejuvenated and restarted. But we had a government intervention in the form of the emergency credit line, which was offered to enterprises throughout the country. We then saw another very important government intervention, which was in the form of the government e-marketplace and the public procurement policy, which brought us to the fore in terms of selling to the government. Again, very, very important, very well meaning step by the government to ensure that micro, small, medium enterprises are able to sell to the government directly without any hindrances, without all sorts of issues that we used to have in the past. We then saw something that we were hoping for 7-8 years, to classify micro, small, medium enterprises around the country, similar to what was existing in the other countries, which was inclusion of retailers, traders, and merchant exporters and all of that into the classification of MSMEs. Now that happened in 2021. So a lot of water has passed in this river, and we still have a lot of things that we have to do going forward. And today, when we talk about what is going to happen, what are we going to do for the next generation of micro, small, medium entrepreneurs, today, on this occasion of the International MSME Day, we all will get together and discuss exactly what is it that we need to do so that next generation of entrepreneurs find it easier, find it more meaningful to be an entrepreneur and be a job creator rather than be a job seeker. Now, with that, I wish again all of you a very, very happy and a prosperous International MSME Day. May we all flourish every day. Now back to you, Sushma ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for all these encouraging words. As always, it's always a delight and pleasure to watch you speak. Now I have the pleasure of inviting our chairman, Shri Prahlad Kakkar, to please come and say a few words.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Good morning, all the entrepreneurs and the people who have the real guts to actually take risks. Because the difference between entrepreneurs and job seekers is just one basic thing, is that आप नौकर बनना चाहते हैं या मालिक बनना चाहते हैं. And the difference between a नौकर attitude and a मालिक attitude is नौकर risk लेना नहीं चाहता. उसको हर महीने उसकी पगार मिलनी चाहिए, and he is secure in that and he is happy with whatever little he gets. But an entrepreneur has a khujli. He has a khujli because he is a risk taker. He is a risk taker because he is not happy only with getting a pagar. He is much more happy in having a dream. And when he has a dream and you follow that dream, then if you are going to follow the path of your dream, and if you don't have the appetite for risk, then you can never be an entrepreneur. It will only remain a dream. So if you dream a dream and you want it to come true, then you have to inculcate inside yourself the ability to take risk. And the fact that we have so many member entrepreneurs in this country with our forum itself, and so many women today who are willing to step out and take the risk to either fail or succeed, depending on the climate of the economic climate of the country. And I will say something remarkable, that despite a worldwide state of recession, entrepreneurship in India is actually growing and succeeding more than in any other country right now, even though the hand-holding of other governments might be far more than the implementation on the ground for us. I think our government does not lack the intent. There is no lack of intent. So the legislation and the ruling that is passed to help entrepreneurs is always there in the ground. It's the implementation that is now to be done properly, because the legislation and the ruling has been passed that we will help our entrepreneurs with soft loans, with no collateral, with direct loans for women entrepreneurs, etc., etc., etc. But अभी ये होगा कैसे? Because when it comes to when we come to the banking system in this country, we come to a wall. और वो एक दीवार खड़ी है जो बहुत मुश्किल से थोड़ा थोड़ा करके हमने तोड़ा है. Our next big dream, frankly, in our MSME forum between Sushma, Vinodji, and me, we've had a dream for quite some time, and that dream was to open our own bank for SMEs. And we are now in the process of actually doing that, so that we can give our members and our people loans, because we understand their issues and their problems. And those loans are not bent on making money out of it. The loans are meant because to make you prosper, so that you become long-term job creators for this country. You become a part of the mainstream of creating jobs. And more than anything else, we need to incubate, to help, and to inject funds into the system wherever is necessary to give you a hand up. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take Vinodji and Sushmaji to get our act together, but we are in the process. And believe me, if we get our own bank, you will not have the kind of problems the systematic problems that you have with the existing banking system, because they are absolutely anti-collateral loan. They want to be absolutely safe. They don't want to take any risks. You have to take all the risks on their behalf, and you have to sell your grandmother to try and get a loan at this present moment. And I don't think that's conducive, regardless of what the government has said, unless the RBI comes down with a really heavy hand on all bankers and say, do it. Now, our job as a forum is to actually help you through that process, because banks want a clear-cut project report based on existing facts and what the possibility of a project succeeding or not succeeding should be. Now, writing a project report in itself is an art. And I think the most important thing that we can do with you to help you hold your hand through a project report. Vinodji has tremendous experience in the business, in the banking system, of how to write a project report to get a viable statement from an institution to get you some money without selling your grandmother and getting into a really deep collateral kind of situation. So if any of you have a problem with presenting your case to your bank, or presenting your case to the RBI to get a particular loan for a particular period of time to help you out in a time of real stress, then please come to Vinodji, Sushmaji, or me, and we will help. We'll sit with you and actually help you make a project report which makes a case for you to actually get a loan without collateral. And I think that is our main sticking point right now, as far as we're concerned. But like everything else, सब कुछ झेला है, ये भी झेल लेंगे. और ये भी hopefully in next couple of years you will have your own bank, so you won't have to beat your head against the system. And for that, I think I'm keeping my fingers crossed, because that is going to be a major step. And I think that is the way ahead. So I wish you all the best, and I congratulate all the people who survived COVID to date, because I think it was a real test by fire. It was an Agni Pariksha, which was like none other that an MSME could have faced in this country. And the people who have survived and the people who are now doing well, my greatest congratulations to them. And the people who did not survive but want to come back again, we are there to help you. Whatever you want, whenever you want any consultancy, we are there for you. And I hope that you come and talk to us, and we can thread you through this time of need and the needle of the storm. So thank you very much for staying the distance for surviving and for growing, and all the best in the future, because the future only looks bright for this country. The rest of the country, the growth is 1%, 0.5%, sometimes 0%. We have projected a growth of at least 5.5 to 6% in the next couple of years. And that is going to help the whole system to actually revive and breathe again. So all the best and take care. We are with you. Thank you, Shishma.
PK, I'm just going to request you to hold on for some more time, because we are here for the International MSME Day. We are talking about so many constituents and elements that go into making an enterprise and an entrepreneur successful in his venture. And when you are there, the session or the talk seems so incomplete without talking about brand, and why branding is so important in the present day, how it can give them a leverage on while doing business online, or while also taking their business globally. If you would be so kind to share some of your views on this subject, it will make the session so complete. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll be there. Don't worry.
would you want to say a few words now, or
Yeah. So one of the biggest pillars for the last, say, 10 years that our forum has actually projected all the time with our member SMEs and all our conferences is that branding has become a very, very important part of our philosophy of holding your hand and how to build a brand. Now, in the beginning, we had a lot of resistance because people thought that building a brand was useless because they're doing B2B businesses. Because the majority of our members were B2B businessmen, and they said B2B businessmen वो brand की जरूरत ही नहीं है, हम तो demand supply के हिसाब से supply करते हैं. Now, having said that, and the economy is going global, you can't afford anymore as an entrepreneur not to have a brand that represents you, your name, and your future. Because the valuation today is in the brand and not in your business. Because when you go to a bank and you turn around and say, and he turns around and asks you for your turnover, and you are dealing with double books, and your profit is all gone into cash and black money, and your what you're showing to pay taxes on is a minuscule of what you actually make. How can the bank give you a loan on the basis of what you're showing them? Because they think that it's inviable. आप अपना अपना टर्नओवर 20 लाख का दिखाया है and you want a 5 crore loan, then ये तो वापस ही नहीं दे सकेगा on paper. So the battle was how to avoid keeping double books. So after a long battle, now everybody is convinced that keeping double books is a thing of the past. That if you declare your assets, if you pay your taxes, then the government is willing to step that one step forward and help you tide over times where you need cash to grow, especially to scale. Nobody actually thought of the process of scaling. In the business of scaling, you have to build a brand. Now today, because of social media and because of internet and because of the digital areas of brand building, you don't have to spend large amounts of cash on regular media. Your community is all tied to you through social media on an everyday basis. The future generations are all hooked onto social media. They don't read newspapers. They don't watch television, only for entertainment. They don't watch ads. They don't watch anything today, especially the younger generation. So if you watch your sons and daughters and see the habits that they consume, they are your future. Not just your sons and daughters, everybody's sons and daughters. And how do they consume media? How do you reach out to them? How do you actually influence them? And you realize that they are on the net at least 4 to 5 hours a day, much more than they're on OTT, much more than they're on television, much more than on newspapers. So you don't have to go through that kind of spend to reach out to your consumer target. to create a brand for yourself today. It becomes much simpler. And therefore, in creating a brand, you actually create your valuation. So when you go to a bank and you say, this is my company, this is my turnover, but this is my brand, and my brand is worth everything put together, because that is your real valuation. You know, Vijay Mallya, I mean, God rest his soul, sold the brand to a bank. The brand was
Kingfisher.
pardon?
Kingfisher.
Kingfisher. The brand was Kingfisher. He didn't sell the airline. He didn't sell the boots. He didn't sell, he sold the brand. He told them 2000 करोड़ का इसका वैल्यू है, 2000 करोड़ उठा के देगी उसको नाम पे. Now there was a system in the madness. It wasn't just stupid. The brand actually is worth 2000 crores because there's so much goodwill built into the Kingfisher name that today you launch, if you got a beer called Kingfisher and you can launch an airline on it, then you can launch anything here. You can even launch a potty commode on it and it'll still sell because it's Kingfisher. So remember, your brand transits your business. Your brand represents a much bigger dream, a much bigger vision. Your brand represents everything that you can be and want to be rather than what you are. And your brand today can leverage you huge amounts of cash to scale. And that is the most important thing about brand building, is that a brand represents you, your family, the future of your company, and the valuation of that company, and how the public perceives you, and what kind of goodwill that brand creates, and all the goodwill that you create now in a B2B business. जितने भी आप honest होंगे, जितने भी आप helpful होंगे, वो सब brand value जो है वो waste जा रहा है, because you are not investing it in your brand. You are investing it in yourself. You are not immortal. Somewhere or another, you are going to eventually join your ancestors. But the brand is immortal. The brand can never die if you actually create a good brand. It can live forever and can grow forever. So remember, your brand is your legacy. And it is your duty to build a brand, whether you're B2B or B2C. So eventually, everybody has to come to the table to build the brand. And today, it's so much simpler to do it on social media. It's so much cheaper to do it on social media. So the first thing you have to do is get a website together. That is the first step of your brand building exercise. We found, to a horror 10 years ago, that half our people never had a website. They didn't think that it was necessary. Today, I'm so pleased to note that 90% of us are on the website. And people can Google us, they can scroll us, they can figure out our history, they can figure out what we do, they can figure out who the people are, they can get the biodata of every single employee that you have. And all that is on your website. It's on the press of a button. It is so simple. And it is so available and so cheap. And it's getting even better and better every day. So please, don't disregard the building of a brand when you build your companies. Because sometimes your companies are only on paper, but your brand is in everybody's minds and hearts. And that is what it's all about.
In fact,
Thank you.
PK, it's now the age of D2C. You know, we
Yes.
used to have B2B and B2C, and now it's the age of D2C, wherein, you know, we have, I mean, you have talked to, I think, hundreds of women entrepreneurs that we have, and we've been talking to them about how easy it is. It's no longer the age where you need to get on television to get your product recognized, or, you know, get your product or your brand across to a large cross section. You know, there are much simpler mechanisms for us to actually look at, you know, proliferating your brand to a vast cross section of people that respect you for what it is. And we've seen quite a few stories around this. So what's your take on this?
No, absolutely. Because as I said, I mean, I've got the example of Kingfisher. I mean, it started off as the name of a beer. It ended up as a really classy airline, which unfortunately went defunct. But for people to take that leap of faith that हम beer तो पीते नहीं हैं, but हम airline तो use करेंगे. तो चाहे हमें free beer मिले या ना मिले airline पे irrelevant. But the airline became hugely successful in its initial stages because of the goodwill of the brand name. And we know that some beautiful stories to tell about small entrepreneurs who actually undervaluated the brand, and somebody else came up and evaluated the brand at some 10 times or 20x from what they were actually hoping to get. Just tell them that story, please.
No, absolutely, absolutely right. In fact, if you look at, all the people that have utilized the current trend or the trends to build brands on through Instagram, through WhatsApp, through Facebook, and what have you. I mean, there's a constant juggle that the entrepreneur has to do. Juggle or hustle, whatever you can call it, and you want to get that feeling wherein you want to put your product next to the best products that are available because you believe in your product. You have the confidence that your product is as good, but you don't have that many people understanding or using your product or sampling your product. And today, in the current scenario, after COVID, what we've seen is there's millions of people that have actually set up brands. It took us a lot of time to convince people to have your own brands and invest in them in terms of time and not only money. And I think we've been partly successful in the sense that we have more than 18,000 applications from our members that we have processed in the last 3 years or so with the Intellectual Property Center. Now, the other very important thing that you talked about, Prahlad, is this, that the bank financing for small medium enterprises. Now, there are two things. There's somebody also who has posted a question on the Q&A in the webinar that, it's a nice proposal to have a bank, your own bank for MSMEs. Well, folks, like Prahlad said, we are talking about two ways to actually do this. One is to, set up a bank or small bank, which is going to primarily look at offering end user financing, which is small ticket, again, which will have collateral free guarantees from the government of India. But we will ensure that we have a process and it is available online. So that's number one. Number two is the fact that we're talking about an alternate investment fund, which is for growth, which essentially means that if you need money beyond the capabilities of the collateral free, which is currently at 2 crores, we're talking about increasing it to 5 crores. But tomorrow, let us say you have a certain business which is sustainable, it is profitable, and you need to grow it beyond, you need to scale it to maybe 100 crores or 150 or 200 crores or 1,000 crores. Where do you get the funding from? Now, what we are trying to do is set up a mechanism where we can have an alternate investment fund, which we are terming as an India SME fund, which is going to be a category 2 or a category 1 fund, registered fund with the SEBI, which will raise 1,000 crores for onward investments in small and medium enterprises that are looking at high growth, that are looking at getting funding beyond the normal means of financing and banking. And this entire thing I would credit Prahlad with, because he has been from day one talking about the fact that majority of micro, small and medium enterprises are facing a dearth of funding options or equity options once they get to a point of getting into high scale, where moving into a different trajectory. And that's where the bank puts its hands up after having experiences like Mr. Malia's and saying, we can't just do brand valuation and give you money on that. So that's put a spanner in the works for most of us. But nevertheless, there are quite a few funds which are already operating in this sense. I also did forget to mention this, that the government of India has put in place a self-reliant India fund, which primarily invests, let's say, 25 rupees for every 100 rupees that can be invested in enterprises for the growth funds. And that is precisely what we want to look at. How can we quickly scale up our efforts to be able to create a fund in the next few months, get it registered and get investments into it so that we are then able to invest it. So yes, PK, both of these things we have been vehemently pushing for. In fact, one of the things that we would like to, all three of us would like to introduce everybody to, is the fact that you are most all of you are aware about the fact that we have the India SME 100 Awards, which we do every year. We get anywhere between 35 to 40,000 applications for the award, and we would like to today open the nominations for the awards. And here is the nomination video. Here is the video which is going to talk about how you can nominate yourself for India's biggest small and medium entrepreneur awards. So there you heard it, there you saw it. It is the India SME 100, awards. The season for it, it's open again. So all of you that want to apply for the award can please go online on www.indiasme100.org or .com, and you can please look at the nomination application, which is completely online. You can register for it and build up your nomination. Keep on saving it as you go forward so that you are able to go back to it, add information that it's asking for. And this year, one of the things that we've talked about is how do we get more and more women into this. We know quite a few women who are doing extremely well in their businesses, and we would like to not just have the normal 10, 12, 15% of the women getting the awards. This year, we want to make a push for it and get more and more women to apply for it. Sushma ji?
Thank you very much, sir. It is always such a pleasure, and we have reached the 10th edition of India SME 100 Awards. So it's been a decade that India SME 100 Awards was first started in 2013, and since then and now it has come a long way. It has grown even bigger by the day, and we have been receiving more than 35,000 nominations each year, and it only grows and grows. And even this year, I would like to request and urge all entrepreneurs to keep nominating, keep applying for this award, and it is a first step to even think that you are deserving of this award, and you have worked hard enough, your enterprise is successful enough to compete for this award. So once again, inviting each one of you to file your nomination. The last date for nominating your company would be 6th of August. And the award ceremony is slated for 15th of September as of now. So I am also requesting all of you to block your calendars. And with that, once again, I thank our mentors and visionaries of India SME Forum, Shri Prahlad Kakkar and Shri Vinod Kumar ji. Thank you once again for joining us today here on this International MSME Day. At this session, India Towards 100, Empowering NexGen MSMEs, Globally Competitive, Sustainable and Profitable. Once again, thank you very much. We will now start with our full day marathon sessions, and I would invite my colleague, Mr. Atif Gawkhadkar, to take the proceedings of the day forward and introduce the first session of the day. So once again, hearty welcome, best wishes for the day, and be successful always. Thank
Thank
you.
you, and be successful. Be always looking forward to so whatever support you need. We'd be very happy to support uh, of all of you. And Prahlad is like you all, like most of you know, he's a I mean, I would say a guru, not just for ads or for branding, but he is a guru for every small entrepreneur that has desired to make it big. His own story of making it big, no, notwithstanding where you are from, whether you are dyslexic or whether you are whatever, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that you are ready to take the risk, move forward with your business. And with that, I sign off. Over to Prahlad.
Well, all I've got to say to you guys is to remember that you live by one particular motto. That is, the business of business is risk and nothing else. If you have an appetite for risk, God bless you and all the best. If you don't have an appetite for risk, then please find a job. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pete.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, once again a very warm welcome to all for this MSME Webathon hosted on the auspicious occasion of World MSME Day. I'm honored and delighted to serve as your host for this extraordinary event. First of all, thank you Prahlad sir, Vinod sir and Sushma ma'am for your kind words. Today, we gather here virtually to celebrate and empower micro, small and medium enterprises from around the world. The MSME sector indeed plays a pivotal role in driving economic growth, fostering innovation, and creating employment opportunities. It is our collective responsibility to recognize and support the immense potential that MSMEs hold. I encourage all participants to actively participate and make the most of this unique opportunity to connect with the industry leaders and fellow entrepreneurs. You may put up your questions in the chat box, which will be addressed at the end of each session. Now, without further ado, let us embark on this remarkable journey of knowledge exchange, inspiration, and empowerment. I would like to now invite our first speaker, Mr. Anshul Khera, Director of Marketing at Tide, who will be speaking on expanding the base for last mile financial support. Welcome to you, sir.
Hey, hi Atif. Thank you for inviting me. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Great. I feel really honored to be part of such panel, and I would be sharing various of my experience so far with the MSME industry and how, let's say, we can really reach to the last mile connectivity of finance for the MSMEs. Just to begin, I think these are some facts which everyone is aware of, that we have more than 60 million MSMEs exist in India, right? And more than 120 million people employed by MSMEs. 40% of these are non-agricultural workforce. 30% of these share is the share of contribution to India's GDP by the MSMEs. 50% share of merchandise exports driven by MSMEs. So I think for India to grow to the next level, it is hugely imperative that MSME sector grows at a rapid pace. What are the major hurdles that really stand in the way of MSME growth? One, I'll just brief upon three of these, right? One is geographical reach and market access. So 95% of the Indian MSMEs are micro firms, with usually with less than 10 employees, and they have very limited ability to reach to the newer markets. We'll talk about each of these in detail as we move forward as well. Next hurdle which they face is the operational efficiencies. So MSMEs suffer from lower efficiencies with 5 to 8% lower operating margins than their larger peers. And last and the most important, I think, is the credit availability. So MSMEs lack access to the formal credit, and instead they rely on costly informal credit. So almost, I think, less than 40% of MSMEs' total credit demand is met through the formal credit only. So our the past few years have been a reminder of existing credit gap in the India's MSME sector. As per, I think, IFSC estimates in 2021, the total addressable credit gap in the MSME segment is almost rupees 25.8 trillion. Despite this huge demand out of the 63 million MSMEs across India, only 15% have access to the credit from formal financial institutions. As per SIDBI Civil Pulse report, the credit demand of MSME has increased about 1.6 times pre-COVID phase. The market potential of digital lending is estimated to be $80 billion dollars to $100 billion dollars by 2023 itself. So, in order to penetrate into Indian MSME, the lending tech startups really need to address the common industry pain points, which are long loan processing time, lack of transparency in the process, lengthy documentation, and the paperwork and the high cost. So what we have seen the change in the past few years is the opportunity lies for both the policymakers and the private sector against this. The digital payments have been the flag bearer of the Indian fintech space, right? So the first IMPS was launched in 2010, and with the launch of UPI in 2016, there have been a huge boost towards the payments. India, which was a very cash rich economy, has moved to digital payments. Even the small vendors are using the digital payments, the mobile wallets, the gateways, the POS machines, the mobile POS, this whole sub segments, they account to over 50% of the payment startups as well in India. So in 2020, the online transactions grew by 80% as compared to 2019, post-COVID area, right? So, and it almost contributed to 2.2% of the world's digital payments, right? So, with the digital payments coming in, right, the whole technology wave is completely changing the financial industry. The most significant fintech sectors include digital payments, digital lending, bank tech, insure tech, reg tech, right? So now the MSMEs don't have to just rely on the formal financial traditional sector for any of their requirements, whether it is opening up the bank accounts, whether it is managing their funds, whether it is filing for the taxations, whether it is even the lending, right? So this has been fintech is leading the game changer for the MSMEs in lending and finance, right? It can facilitate the risk assessment and measuring of the credit worthiness of the MSMEs. Currently, the risk assessment framework is over dependent on asset ownership, right? The CIBIL scores, the documentation, which is incompatible with the informal nature of the MSMEs. So you would see a lot of fintechs, right, which are providing cash-based lending model that will access the credit worthiness of the MSME. So whether let's say you have invoice payables, whether you have let's say inventory with you, based on the same, lot of fintechs are entering in the market and are providing their scores and lending based on the same itself. In recent times, neobanks have entered the financial system with the tag of challenger banks because they challenge the complex infrastructure and the client onboarding process of the traditional banks. You would see the credit card penetration, the let's say day to day, if let's say there is a tech MSME, right, and they want to use the services of Facebook or Google for their digital marketing. They use only the cards, especially the credit cards, for their outreach in the digital banking. So but the access to credit cards is really limited to a lot of these people. A lot of new banks are coming in this place, targeting various segments. Some are targeting only women, some are targeting only agriculture, and the they are really focusing on the needs of the niche sectors, and based on the same they are providing the various services to them. So the neobanks are these financial institutions that are giving customers a cheaper alternative to the traditional banks. They leverage technology and AI to offer personalized services to the customers while minimizing the operating costs. Although neobanks are trying to make the mark, still, I think from RBI, it is yet 100% of the digital lending is to be allowed. The another game changer in the market is the account aggregators, right? So let's say which is another move by NPCI, wherein it's a framework that facilitates sharing of financial information in a real time and a data blind manner. So the banks are interlinked, the regulated entities, NBFC banks are interlinked, right? So you don't have to provide the detailed bank statements to the banks. You can just allow them to view your information, and the loans can be easily your entire uh, credit as well as the investments are seen by them, and based on the same they can provide the credit very easily. So it is totally allowing the banks to access the consented data flows and verified data. This helps banks to reduce the whole transaction costs. Obviously, fintech can deliver the last mile connectivity and create more inclusive banking system. With co-lending now a part of financial ecosystem, the bank fintech partnerships will help the fintech companies to collaborate and leverage their respective strengths to provide first and last mile services to the MSMEs. So where a lot of places the banks cannot reach, or their main focus has been the enterprises, which are let's say low risk in terms of reaching out and providing the loans. But these fintechs have made it possible for the banks as well, wherein they share certain risk, as well as they bring in the new customers. They have hunger to provide services to the MSMEs, and thus the MSME borrower can procure finance from the remotest corner of the country. And a lot of these fintechs are let's say digital only, wherein you provide your documents, various documents, you give the access to the Aadhaar vault, and from there with the co-lending of the banks, you can get access to loans, both as let's say traditional as well as digital lenders would be their back in the back of the fintechs who would be providing the loans. So what they have made very easy is the loan market place, wherein let's say a certain lender who has more uh, who is more averse to risk, So he would be lending to one portfolio, while the other lender who, let's say, says that I can lend to a larger, I have a more risk appetite. So the fintechs have made certain products according to their risk profiles. According, they have their very innovative and technology driven ways of determining the scores of the MSMEs and give them the faster loan approvals. As innovation and technology progress, fintechs will bring in multiple more models and players in the credit arena. So it reduces the overall risk and cost of lending, thereby making the whole system more inclusive and accessible to the MSME segment. Now, if we talk about MSME segment without the overall rural ecosystem, it would be a very injustice to talk about. So, the overall rural ecosystem has also been undergoing dramatic change over the past decade. But with the significant push from the government and the emergence of private players, there have been a lot of significant strides that have taken towards the inclusive growth, with monumental improvements in physical infrastructure, connectivity, and the digital infrastructure. Obviously, the JAM model, the Jan Dhan Aadhaar, and the mobile trinity have really helped even gathering the customers from the rural segment into the formal ecosystem. It is obviously still grappled with the lot of problem to access to various essential services. The developments over the past decades gradually have created a whole environment in the hinterlands that was conducive to the rapid inclusive innovation and the growth. And this is where the rural fintech players have stepped in, aiming to bring in the inclusive growth by bridging the existing rural urban divide that was more evident than ever during the times of pandemic, with the help of technology and solutions that were customized to the address of the specific needs of the sector only. If you go on Google and search for your segment and your sector, you would really find a lot of fintechs who would be catering to your segment only. And these are these all these fintech players have realized that in rural segment, as and let's say in tier 2 tier 3 segments, right, always the entire digital approach doesn't work. So I am in lot of favor of a phygital kind of approach, where you take a lot of documentation digitally, while let's say some of the risk parameters can still be done physically by the local feet on street team for these startups.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज।
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Welcome back. Anshulji, I had one question for you because we receiving some questions on the webinar front. And one question that was asked is, how do you actually, define digital financing, and what is it that you consider when you want to, give finance or offer finance by through digital basis? So, what is it that an MSME needs to take care, or what kind of documentation or paperwork or any such requirement that may be needed from an MSME to be eligible under the digital financing?
Absolutely, very valid question. One is obviously the traditional methods wherein even digitally you provide, let's say, access to your bank statements, you provide access to and give access to the account aggregator system where it fetches all the required details for giving out the loans. And with the existing scores like CIBIL and Experian, if you are qualified for the same, you obviously get loan from the traditional banks, from the various NBFCs as well. Now, the real important question here is how the digital payments and let's say the newer age fintechs are working in the same space. So, for example, Tide, we are focused towards the MSME segments. In UK, we have brought in a product called a credit builder, and not just Tide, even the other fintechs in India are also doing the same, wherein they are creating their own risk rating systems. So we have a lot of let's say other payment gateways where they have access to a lot of data, right? So if you are using the digital data for let's say you have a lot of invoice payables, we see that in payments that every month on 15th you receive certain kinds of payments, right? And this is a let's say 30-day cycle or a 60-day cycle, and to let's say facilitate the rest of the month you need a certain access to a credit. So based on that data, the fintechs have made a model that yes, your receivables will come on 15th. Till then I have a product just like an overdraft, and you can access that credit as well. So all of that payment data can also be supplied to these fintechs in terms of your bank statements, so that they have their technology, they use their AI models to evaluate you and provide them you with the relevant scoring, and in turn the loans.
Well, thank you. We also have one more question, which says, how do you ensure support is reached to the underserved and infrastructurally weak geographies of the nation? So, how do you reach the remote areas?
Absolutely. For example, these are very tailor-made products, right? For example, the in the overall inclusivity, we have very limited players working out of Northeast India, right? Wherein it's all we conducted an event out there. We heard their problems wherein everything is happening through cash itself. So we see a lot of handloom kind of industry out there, but they don't have access to the formal ecosystem because everything they have to pay everything the cash to their artisans, right? But for them to be included in the system, again they need a lot of documentations, right? Just to avoid that, the fintechs have really evolved in such a way that based on your Aadhaar linking itself and the digital KYC through video KYC or through biometrics, you can just formally come in the ecosystem, open up a bank account, do the transactions from there, and once you do the transactions, they can even offer you the credit based on your transactions.
Well, that's nice because this also answers one more question that was asked is how do you facilitate and offer credit to individuals without traditional credit histories? So that very well answers this question. One last question I would like to ask you before you would like to make any closing remarks. Are there any asks from your side to any stakeholders or the government per se for reducing this current credit gap issue or making it more the fintech solution more approachable and more user friendly?
See, as such, I think the government is and the regulators are really working a lot on this segment, right? Fintechs have started on newer models, but lot because uh, of the various liabilities in especially the lending segment, right? Unless until the repayment comes back, the model cannot be defined whether it's a very good model. It's a very nascent stage for fintechs, but again, the regulators are totally working with the fintechs here. Although a lot of the models which were prevalent a couple of years back, due to the regulatory system, they have to change their way of workings, right? But overall, I think the market is going in a conclusive way, wherein we get the customers for the NBFCs and the banks. We meet their requirements in the midway. We create the structured and tailor-made products for them, and then it's just a platform to get the customer to the right lender.
Thank you very much, Anshulji. Are there any other comments or thoughts you would want to leave with our viewers, and any other comments that you would like to make on this occasion of International MSME Day?
Just last point which I want to cover here is with the focus on the government backed ONDC network, right? That becomes another way wherein ONDC can have access to your offerings. uh, it is an entire digital system. You should actually move into the formal way of doing the business, move away from cash to digital. That gives you the digital footprint required by these fintechs to access, for you to give you the tailor made products. The innovative lending models will only work when there is a history of data present. So you need to come into the formal system, and from that, the fintechs are enabled to give you the various tailor-made systems.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Anshulji. Thank you so much for sparing your time and sharing these insights with our viewers. Thank you very much, and we'll find ways and means for connecting our entrepreneurs to Tide for any of their credit requirements. Thank you very much, and you have a great day. Over to Atif.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anshulji. As very rightly said, the 25.8 trillion credit gap that the MSMEs face, and fintech can be a really very good game changer in this occasion by actually reaching out specifically to the unrecognized MSMEs who cannot access the formal credit due to like the complex process and the loan process, the longer time, and also the high interest rates. And neobanks are now actually reaching the small groups by concentrating on rural and women entrepreneurs solely to facilitate the direct credit reach. Thank you very much, Anshulji. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज।
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है। आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Welcome back. So we'll now be moving forward with our second session of the day on new policy paradigm for the thriving MSME ecosystem. We have Mr. Arun Kumar Jha, IES retired advisor, India SME Forum, on the panel.
Good morning, everybody. Am I
Good
audible?
morning, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you very much. Actually, really honored for me to speak here, and I am very thankful to Porthania ji that she has given me a chance to come to this stage and talk to you people. In fact, I have been listening to the earlier speaker, and I was very much impressed by the information which he has given to me, because I am slightly dated, because I am slightly 6 years old. Ago I left MSME, but I still continued to, work for MSME while I was DG National Productivity Council. And we have had a MOU also with India SME Forum at that time. My speech and today the area I have chosen is that new paradigm for vibrant MSME. So should I start, or Susmaji, you want to speak something?
No, sir, you please start. Please start, sir.
Thank you. So, what happened that we have been hearing that MSME sector is a backbone of the economy, engine of the growth. It contributes 45% of the export, 40% of the GDP, 40% of the GDP, 90% of the industry. All these things are very, very good. And it is very good to hear all these things. Fortunately, I was in my career for spanning 37 years. Almost 20 years I spent in industrial sector. And out of that, almost 10 years in the core MSME sector. Since 1955, when the MSME policies was announced by the government of India and Office of DC MSME and NSIC was set up. And at that time, I think many of us may not be aware that another organization was set up. That was called Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, which was earlier in DPIIT, but now it is a part of heavy industry. So these three organizations were set up on the recommendation of four foundations. And, they started functioning earlier as separate office, then as a ministry in 1999 and onward. And of course, NSIC, KVIC, 18 tool rooms, and NISBIRD, II Guwahati, and NIMSME, three training institutes also, started in this ministry. And out of that, NISBIRD and II Guwahati was, subsumed in the Ministry of Skill Development. point I was trying to tell you that it was a comprehensive policy proposal of the government of India, right from the training an entrepreneur. Let me tell you, that was one of the earliest any country could do was India. That started this skill training. When we say that skill training was initiated after 2014, we are wrong to conclude that, because it started way back in 1960 itself when the NIMSME was set up in Hyderabad. So, and then, training, then CDV was set up, then, all sorts of things, cluster development, infrastructure, technology, all sorts of things. There is no doubt of any policy schemes which we can think of. But at one place, we could not do anything. And that was credit facilities. What happened that, unfortunately, 95% and more MSMEs are located in unorganized sector and informal sector. What are we doing about it? Nothing. Absolutely, we couldn't do anything. Mudra, of course, I don't want to comment on that, but they started doing this thing, but there was also some problem. Now fintech has come. My policy recommendation, madam, with due respect, is that why there is a line that has been drawn between formal and informal sector. Who has drawn this? Is it not a reality? You cross Delhi, and there is no definition of formal and informal. I don't think anybody knows. I'm very, very sorry to say. It exists in paper. We don't know what is the difference between formal and informal. In a small town, even people do not know whether this land is residential use or industrial use or no use, or whether it is agriculture. Nobody knows. So why we are shutting our eyes to this? And let me tell you, the day we will remove this line of formal and informal sector, nobody is going to stop this sector. 95%. Just now you heard that $1.128 trillion is the gap. I remember in 2003 when I joined Ministry of MSME, Director of Finance, I spoke and we discussed among ourselves. At that time, Mr. Tuteja was the secretary, and he wanted to know how much the gap between credit to the MSME sector. And at that time, the figure was 50 lakh crore in 2003. Please mind it. So today, just you extrapolate on the basis of index of inflation. It will not be less than 2 crore rupees deficit of the credit. Why? I'm telling you, we have a figure that 15% of the MSME, they are getting loan from Government of India, from the financial institution. And I was surprised even now. At that time also, we have had a long discussion with the RBI, because now we are saying 2.2 crores of MSME out of 6 point something crores of MSME. Do you believe that 33% of MSME are getting credit from the Government of India, or from the financial institution? I completely disagree. It may be because they are account holder. It may be because that some of them are having more than 2-3 accounts and 2-3 loan accounts, 2-3 OD accounts. Because I am sure that 95% of the MSME who are in the informal sector, they are unable to access credit from the financial institutions. And at the same time, they are paying GST. At the same time, they are paying other local taxes. At the same time, they are paying property taxes also. Let me just ask you, before 1980, we were not in a position to get any call from banks saying that do you want, housing loan? In MSME sector, in the industrial sector, so far, I am, very eager to get a phone call that do you want to set up any MSME? Do you want to set up any enterprise? I will give you. Why it is not being done? It is, I'm not telling you that we will run away with the money. In government of India, nobody can run away from it. You have seen the bigger player who has run away with the money, what has happened to him? Nothing. It is totally wrong to say that this is a sector which will have a less repayment capacity. No, not at all. How will they pay to the informal sector? I don't know whether you are those who are staying in Delhi, they may be aware about the Gafar market, and those who are in the Mumbai, they may be aware about the Alpha market. My Khadi Village Industry Commission was set up there only. In the point, we're sitting with one big black box. They were giving money to those hawkers in the daytime, in the morning. 10 o'clock give, and in the evening they will collect. Now the interest rate at that time, mind-boggling. They used to get 10,000 in the morning, and in the evening they used to return 11,000. Just calculate the interest rate. If they can repay those money lenders, how can they pay to the financial institution only hardly 18%? Charge 22%. I remember, Muhammad Yunus of Grameen Bank, he was very critical about the Rashtriya Mahila Code because he was saying that you are giving loan to these ladies at a very cheaper rate, which is not sustainable. He was saying that let bank charge 22%, then only it will be sustainable. Now I realize what he was meaning by that. Because we are not able to do anything. So, madam, let us try to form an opinion that these are doable. Please, we should not be having any kind of misconception in our mind that it is not doable. It is doable. We have to remove this artificial line drawn between formal and informal sector. Fintech helping MSME for loan, day-to-day loan, for setting up enterprise, for expanding, for credit for the exports, etc., etc. There is a place called Basai Darapur in Delhi. Can you imagine? Even USA fans, this many fans are being manufactured there itself and it is being sold. And all of them are not even, they are, totally not recognized by the government. But we are there. So my point is that this is the new paradigm shift which we are awaiting for the long time, must be done. And I am sure that your forum, our forum can do it. That's all I want to say. If there is any question, please. Go ahead.
Sir, thank you very much. It's definitely a dimension that needs to be, pursued further and thought, because हम भी हमेशा से यही कहते आ रहे हैं कि एंटरप्रेन्योर तो एंटरप्रेन्योर है, इसमें इनफॉर्मल, फॉर्मल, सेमी फॉर्मल ये कोई परिभाषाएं होनी नहीं चाहिए. So we are very much in agreement with you. Sir, मुझे आपसे एक सवाल करना है. When we were talking about ease of doing business, way back जब 2017 में ये पूरा concept जब introduce किया गया about ease of doing business, फिर 2 साल बाद ease of doing business for MSMEs ये बात शुरू हुई. तो ये क्यों, और आज तक हम ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे कहीं पहुंचे नहीं है, बिकॉज हम वो नंबर्स बढ़ा नहीं पाए हैं. एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को हमें स्टार्टअप्स बढ़ रहे हैं, बट उतने ही स्टार्टअप्स वापस मोर्टेलिटी रेट भी उनकी ऑलमोस्ट 30% स्टार्टअप्स दे die in the first 3 years. तो ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर, और इसको हम एक्चुअली प्रैक्टिकलिटी में इसको कैसे ट्रांसलेट किया जाए सर?
देखिए, मेरा ये कहना मतलब है, when I was in Ministry of MSME, I was a part of DPIIT as well at that time. You know, ease of doing business thing started at that time long back. And how it happened also, let me give you a background. There was a, new system of monitoring and evaluation was introduced in 2009. And it was called Result Framework Document. And let me tell you, madam, we were surprised when we were asked that what is your objective. We said that if we implement the scheme for the MSME, we are doing right thing. He said, no, this is not your objective. Objective is to create MSME. I'm telling you the mindset, how it is, impacted. So first time we realized in the ministry, and there was a high-level meeting. It was, under the chairmanship of the secretary. So the question you raised, there are several licenses that one has to take. Suppose he is going to set up. Ease of doing business is, government should have a right of refusal. Suppose I start a eatery in the any street food. Let government come and say that you need this license. And they should come up with the license form and tell us that you fill it up, we will give it to you. That is, in my opinion, is a good ease of doing business. The moment I open an account in the government, in the bank, and I send an application that I have started a business like this, let government, State Bank, Bank of India, they all claim we are doing something for the MSME. Why don't they come to me the way they are coming forward for car loan? I've got a car. I can't tell you, every day I receive 4 or 5 calls that you have this car, we can give you loan against this car. Then they can give you loan against this car. Why can't they give loan against an established MSME? This is ease of doing. Let government come. If this is not a big deal. This is under, and let CDB or other organization stop refinancing banks in lieu of their commitment to the MSME sector. This is creating a problem. They all are not fulfilling their commitment towards MSME loan, and they are taking, refinance loan from the CDB. So they are getting away with it. Let them fulfill 40% of the, how they are fulfilling? They are taking loan from CDB. Then they are compensating with the housing, not housing and education. So MSME is crowded out. Let there be, you remember there was a demand that you fix a quota for the MSME, which bank did not agree, and they have not agreed till date. There was another demand that let CDB is under the administrative control of MSME. DC MSME is on the board of this CDB, and nobody listens to it. Only creamy layer of MSME sectors are able to access any benefit. I remember a quote from French Revolution which said, those who are good, they want to be better. In MSME sector, 95% of them are not good. So they do not know what is the better prospect. So in my opinion, ease of doing business should be the right of refusal. If I go to bank should have right to refuse. Otherwise, I have the right to take loan from. Let bank say that you are not. Then what will happen? You will have a question in front of bank that how many of people came in front of you for asking loan and how many of you refused. Then whole picture will be clear. MSME will not dare to enter the bank premises because he knows the manager will not, even entertain it. But if I go and ask for 200 crores of loan, he will give me a cup of tea, cold drink, etc., and he will come to my home also to give me loan. My father was a banker. He retired as a general manager for SBI. So I know how this thing happens. Giving loan is not a priority of the government. The banks, they give loan only to the, I don't want to take the name. One of the organizations in Delhi is a eatery. He gets loan at the rate of 3% interest. 3% only. Because cash flow is very high. So this is that, because for them ease of doing business is already there. For us it is not there. So this artificial line has to be removed. Let there be right of refusal, so that you will that suppose otherwise I have got the right to take loan, I have got the right to set up an enterprise, I have right to every license. Let government, let local bodies, let bank say no, I will not give it. So this is all what I want to say about it. Thank you.
Sir, one more last question before I ask you for your closing comments. I also want to talk about the criminalization provisions. I was reading somewhere, and there are almost 26,134 clauses under the business law in our country, which can imprison a businessman for as a punitive action, or things like that. Though there are few laws which are being taken back, and almost there are some changes, yet even in industrialized states like Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra, there are more than 1,000 compliance and regulatory laws existing even today, under which an entrepreneur can be jailed for doing business. So, what are your comments, sir? What are we heading for? Are we saying that we are not pro for entrepreneurs, or do we really want to create a place, like other countries, where this is going to be a heaven for entrepreneurs?
Very pertinent question. Actually, if you see, under new dispensation, since 2014, I am very proudly saying this, they have started this process of repealing and decriminalizing many of the offenses. But still, in industrial sector, what happens? The perception which is being created. That's what I'm saying. The moment you remove this line of formal and informal, half of the act will not apply to them. And thirdly, what I'm saying, I will again give you a, remember, a then DPIIT secretary, I don't want to name him, he told me, if you are able to set up your SME, he was talking about one studies which were done by the RBI at that time about the sickness and the mortality rate of the MSME sector, at that time SME sector. So what you said, in 3 years, they were saying that first 6 months if you survive, then there is a chance that you only 10% that you will not survive, or something like that, mortality. They were saying that if you are able to set up a SME and you have successfully run it, you should be given Padma Shri. This is what he said. He said, we have created a situation that you should not be successful. But I'm just joking, but point I'm saying, just think of the, system which is, totally antagonistic towards all these things. The rule is created in the government with a view to those who are able to, those who are trying to, run away with anything. So that mindset, of course, it is changing. But let me tell you, it is very slow in the Ministry of in the industrial sector. Of course, I think every day when I was in the government, I think we used to receive that 180 acts are being repealed, because that repealing of any act, subordinate legislation rules are very, very difficult. It has to be processed. There is a process, like you legislate. There is a process to de-legislate also. But then It is happening, but it is slowly happening. And very right question you are asking. These things now, in the moment you are talking about vibrancy, all these things will have to be taken.
Thank you very much, sir. Really great talking to you. Would you want to leave our viewers with any thought or a specific comment or any wishes?
Yes, if we want to see our economy a 5 trillion economy, unless and until MSME sector succeeds, nothing will succeed. And the day you release these imprisoned within the wall of this informal sector, 95%, country will achieve, not only 25% of total economy contribution, it will go up to 40%. No, since 1955, we have not been able to achieve 25% of this, industrial contribution. It is still 23%. So this is what I want to say, that please think in those lines. Please think that entrepreneurship is also a career option for our son, our daughters. Only job is not a option. Let us be a job creator. Let us be a proud MSME organizer and establishment holder. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. Thank you so much for your kind words. It was very rightly said that MSMEs are the backbone of our economy and their contribution is of the utmost importance in achieving the 5 trillion economy. And also, it was very rightly pointed out that 95% of the MSMEs are on the unorganized sector, and the policies should be drawn by keeping them in view while creating or drafting any new credit facilitating mechanisms and the implementation of schemes. And yes, the misconception of different groups of MSMEs need to be eradicated, and the whole industry should be derived to the equitable norms and mechanisms. Thank you so much, Mr. Jha. Thank you so much for your kind words. Welcome back. Now we'll be starting with the third session of the day by Dr. Amit Kapoor, Honorary Chairman at Institute for Competitiveness India, who will be speaking on the topic Emerging Business Models for SMEs. Welcome, Amit ji. Hope you are good.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for joining us today. So, yes, so you'll be joined with our moderator, Mr. Vinod Kumar, our president of India SME Forum.
Sure. And
Sir, over to you.
Hello.
Vinod, how are you?
Hi, Amit. I'm good, Amit. Yes, please. We are all eager to listen to you and hear from you. You've been at the forefront of policy making in India, and the session before this, Sushma ji and Jasab was talking about the various issues that we are confronted with. So I'm sure we'll get some ray of light from you today. So we're all eager to listen to you.
Sure. Thank you, Vinod. Thanks a lot for inviting me. It's absolutely a pleasure. In fact, the best thing that I accepted because I'm actually in middle of a jet lag. Just landed at 4 a.m. in the morning from US, but absolutely a pleasure to be here. So, like there's something very interesting in the world that is happening right now, and especially if you really look at the last 4 or 5 years, and they have absolutely been a stunning time for the world. And if you really look at the COVID thing that happened, the Ukraine war, there is this whole climate change issue that we are really talking about. We are talking about the industrialization, deglobalization, and so on and so forth. And if you really look at it, this is a point in time which looks very similar to what we were seeing in the 1920s, especially around the Spanish flu. But there is a corollary to this, and the corollary is that the 1920s were always categorized as the roaring 20s. And I anticipate that we are actually at the middle of the point in time when we would see exorbitant growth coming in the next couple of decades. And when I say this, I'm saying it with a lot of conviction for a simple reason that there are going to be opportunities which are absolutely enormous across the world, to whether we talk about the Indian context or whether we talk about the global context. And this leads us to an important point. What is it that we need to do for the future? What is it that we need to actually do as enterprises, and how we are able to contribute better over a period of time? In fact, just picking up from the last point that the speaker was talking about, especially Arunji, if you really look at it, entrepreneurship is an ideology. Whether it's a great thing to happen or what, I think entrepreneurship is something which makes the world go around. If you really look at across the world, people who have been innovative have been at the forefront of creating solutions for the challenges that we face, or creating wealth for themselves or the people around us. Because if entrepreneurship does not happen, the world stalls. In fact, this is a very Schumpeterian view to the world, that it is always about innovation which drives the world forward. And innovation does not necessarily mean that we have to simply talk about tech innovation and so on and so forth. Innovation also means as to how do we service our customers. A very simple point, like a lot of people and a lot of what I call ideologies exist, that there is only something like high tech or low tech. No, there is nothing like high tech industries or low tech industries. I always say there are high tech firms and low tech firms. High tech firms, a simple business model in agriculture could be a very stunning SMEs or the micro, small, medium enterprises will take. Just a number to share. More than 90% of the firms across the world, across different set of countries, are always MSMEs. We always just talk about the large enterprises and things, but it is always the MSMEs which make the world go around, because they are the set of people who generate employment. Whether it is you talk about conceive it as a self-employment situation, or whether you conceive it as a very simple cluster that they're actually operating in, it is MSMEs which make the world go around. When you talk about a company like Apple, Apple is Apple for a simple reason. There are tons and tons of MSMEs which are actually operating with them, either to create software or to create hardware or create solutions on their app store. So there are enterprises which are going to do that. And if you really look at the next thing on enterprise creation, what I really see is in terms of like, how do I really look at the scope of work that I'm able to do? I always ask a question, and that question is the Amitabh Bachchan question of MSMEs. There is this question that we always used to grapple with, like as a professor, why is it that Amit Kapoor makes less money and then Tom Cruise or somebody else actually makes more money? And this is a very important question for us to answer. And the answer is very simple. And the answer is, it's this arc of influence. The arc of influence of, say, Tom Cruise or Mr. Amitabh Bachchan is huge. He effectively charges possibly 1 rupee or 2 rupee for every person who's going to watch the movie. So that means if I'm able to do something like that in terms of creating that arc of influence, it is absolutely an experience wherein you're able to create annuity businesses. I had a chance of listening to a very interesting person at one point in time, Mr. Ambani. And a lot of people conceive him to be a large enterprise. Of course he is, but he's the second generation entrepreneur. But he makes a very important statement, and that is, I would only get into a business wherein I'm able to make difference to the lives of a billion people. And are we really conceiving ourselves to that? Even if I'm not saying that even if I'm not wanting to create influence for a billion people in the country, am I going to make a difference to the lives of, say, a million people in the city that I actually operate in? Is a very important question that we have to look at. Irrespective, whatever be the policy or the regulation or whatever, there are going to be some bottlenecks that always will exist. The question here is going to be that how do we operate in the business environment? Because how do I reconceive whatever is actually there that I can actually reconceive in terms of either products? How do I actually service my consumers? A very simple example. Uh, there's a very powerful enterprise called Janajal. It's a very small enterprise. It's a medium scale enterprise now, which was started wherein he actually just understood one of the institutional voids that actually exist within the country. And that institutional void is that there is no availability of clean drinking water at railway stations or at various places in the country or whatever. So he created those kiosks wherein he was able to filter water, and he's created a business model around it. You're able to get 1 liter of clean water for a rupee. And suddenly there is this whole huge organization that is actually developing over a period of time. So Janajal is a great example. In fact, another example, which is probably from a more sophisticated field, you might say, that is, say, medicine. Dr. Devi Shetty is a great example of how he actually created Narayana Health. Low priced cardiac procedures are made available, and he's able to scale that. What I'm really trying to say here is that opportunities are tremendous. The question is that how do I flip, and how do I look at the opportunities that are available for us to get into the system? There was a word that was used recently, or at least in one of the previous chats, like I was listening to the previous two, and that was about business, what I call the startups. Startups, effectively, if you really look at it, start with that idea and they start small. They're not large enterprises per se. They have found a way, or they actually find a way to scale up their businesses. A very simple example of fulfilling that institutional void is a company called Zomato. Today, if you really look at it, any one of us in this country possibly cannot survive without Zomato. Because our food is dependent on them. Because if you actually, Muthu Saab has a fight with his wife, so he has to call Zomato for food, and that is what will have to be done. So if you really look at Zomato being a very powerful example, he understands the situation. There is a lot of traffic that exists and things, and then we have to deliver food. So he does that. Similarly, if you really look at other examples of that sorts, DoorDash or whatever, these are very profound examples of how MSMEs or small enterprises created something unique. So we have to just create that possibility. The second thing is that how am I really redefining productivity across the value chain? MSMEs does not necessarily have to be, oh, that I'm going to do everything across the board. I need to specialize in one very simple aspect. As individuals, can I actually create a model? Like one of my biggest struggles in the world has been in terms of explaining it to academics, that academics, if we do not know how to create business model or value generation around what we are doing, there is something horribly wrong with what we are actually working on. Because anything and everything that I work on, I need to be able to monetize that knowledge or creation of that knowledge. And that is something exactly what everybody should look at, even as an MSME and things. In terms of the growth rates, if you really look at MSMEs, there is a large scope of opportunity that exists. Today, if you really look at the larger set of numbers from India, 90% of India's GDP comes from close to about 100 districts. But there are those 600 districts where opportunities are tremendous. And I have to share as to like how we have seen the rise of certain MSMEs or services across different sets of locations. So I'll just try to share example of 3 distinct locations. And there are those 3 distinct locations are, say, Kevadia. Kevadia is a great example of how you go to a backward region. When I say backward in terms of economically dark region or whatever, the government creates a statue. There was a lot of criticism, but I disagree with that criticism absolutely, because for a simple reason, you were able to involve locals to really create opportunities for them, and look at the kind of wealth generation it has created for local people out there. So now there are close to about 100,000 people who come to that location every day. Ujjain as a city is a very interesting example. You create Mahakal Lok, looks like the idea of religious tourism, but what we have to understand it is the business idea that has been really used very, very well. And look at the popping up or the positive wealth creation that has actually happened in that region. So what we really see is that there are those opportunities that exist on the sidelines as to whatever is happening, and how do we really become part of those opportunities is a very important thing. We can always crib about non-availability of finance, the markets are very difficult to get to, and so and so forth. But I think today in this world, we are sitting at an idea platform. If we are able to do this interaction on internet, that means there are huge possibilities of creating what I call delivery services or interacting with your consumers using platforms like this. In fact, if you were talking about 5 years back, this would have been a physical event. And suddenly we are now saying that you can call anybody and everybody from across the world and share those ideas and take things forward. So what we are really saying is, or what we are really wanting to do is that let's understand those opportunities. And the other thing, like one of the most important factors as I look at in terms of MSMEs or how we really look at businesses is that all of us get obsessed by financial measures of performance. I think we need to go beyond financial measures of performance, because financial measures of performance will always curtail my thinking. I have to look at strategic measures of performance, and the strategic measures of performance is how am I made a difference to life of somebody, whether I am actually able to create a better market share, whether I have innovated. The moment I do it, possibilities increase for me multifold. So I'm not saying that finance is not important. What I'm trying to say is that we need to go beyond those measures, because as long as we are actually going to get stuck in a very singular measure or financial thing, we'll have to move ahead of that. The other thing is that, like opportunities exist across the board right now. The question here is that how do I actually look at those opportunities and present the solutions? A very simple thing, like say, and there are many enterprises, many young people who are doing this work. A lot of us could not have conceived that there could be those small single individual, two individual enterprises who are going to create tours. Today, they have understood that there are possibilities of creating tours across the board. I want to go to Uttarakhand. I want to actually scale up some mountain. I'll actually hire this small tourist agency or whatever, run by a husband and a wife, and they'll make sure that you have an experience of a lifetime. So the world is moving into experiences, and there are those possibilities of experiences and creating. So what I'm saying is that we have to move ahead and saying that there are newer possibilities that exist right now in the world. We have solutions are always going to be there. Let's understand technology and create those solutions as we are actually moving ahead in the world. And last but not the least, I did talk about institutional voids. Today, MSMEs fulfill that institutional void to the best possible extent. These are the set of people who understand the challenges. But I always have a grudge against the MSMEs, and we always really talk against the government. But we also have to understand that MSMEs also get things wrong. A very simple example from Ludhiana. Ludhiana used to be such an amazing sports good cluster at one point in time in the 1970s and the 80s. And Ludhiana actually just went down over a period of time. Why? Because we were not innovating. We were not seeing as to how things are changing. Because suddenly, from wooden rackets, you moved into graphite. And nobody in that place was actually even aware that there is a newer technology that is coming in. So MSMEs should be the set of people who should understand as to what are the newer possibilities, because I am convinced that across the world, it is the MSMEs who actually create newer business ideas. It is not the large enterprises. Large enterprises are always the incumbents. They are the set of people who are very scared of making the change. It is the MSMEs which drive the change and make the world go around. So if you're really looking at India becoming by 2047 as a $20 trillion, $40 trillion economy, it is going to be driven by MSMEs who are going to scale up, who will actually just cross over that whole middle divide or the vacant middle class, what I call mid-sized enterprises situation, and really move forward into that situation. So some of my remarks, Vinod, and thanks a lot for the opportunity. And I hope you don't kill me for invoking your wife and getting food.
No, not at all. In fact, exactly what you said, Amit. This is precisely what we've been driving through our various discussions at the ground level. Because if you look at the base of the pyramid, that entire base needs to understand a lot of things, and not all of them have the time, the inclination. We were talking about compliance issues and all that the other day, and we did a small survey within our entire group. What we figured out is there's almost 16% of the time most of the entrepreneurs spend today is in compliance and reporting, and rest of you see where is the time to actually go ahead and look at newer models, look at how COVID, for example, had changed the entire behavior of the consumer towards what is he buying from, and towards what is he wanting to buy, how is he wanting to buy, and all that. And what we're trying to do is requesting MSMEs to leverage the various opportunities that are created by this entire change or upheaval in terms of the consumer behavior. One of the things that you very, very correctly pointed out, in fact, I wanted to ask you, how, if not financial, how do SMEs effectively measure the impact or success, eventually when it comes to, that I am, most of us say that, SMEs are there. We have social enterprises though, but most of us say that, we are primarily here to create jobs and not be a job seeker ourselves. So in that case, what do most MSMEs look forward to?
So
Or what should they do?
I'll give you a story of an anecdotal example of one of my students. His name is Nitin, and he comes from what I call city of Jaipur, did his MBA, and he wanted to create a business opportunity. For him, job was absolutely a no-no, and he became a rediwala. And what he did was he created an enterprise called Chakle India, which was actually selling sweets like, say, rasmalais or the whatever on the streets. And he created close to about 100 radies under the name of Chakle India. And the idea for him was that, of course, I have to understand profitability at each ready place. But the question that was strategically, what is the kind of area that I'm able to service? What are the number of people I'm actually able to go to? A very simple idea, like a lot of us will not even conceive that doing a ready business is a great idea. A lot of us will actually just shun at that whole thing. So how do I create a business model around that was a very powerful example. And he said, I have to service something like 10,000 customers. There is this whole guy called Samosa Wala, if I'm remembering the name correctly. Today, he's selling something like 5 lakh samosas a day. It's a husband-wife couple who actually did that. So what they've done is, or even something like a beetle leaf company, they just make pan in some place in Gurgaon and they're actually selling it to all households. So what we are actually saying is, the question is, what is my area that I'm encompassing? You have to be profitable, not taking that away by any stretch of imagination. But always, let's improve our arc of influence as I started with. Because the way we actually look at it, some people will come to us. No, the world of that idea is over. Today, we have to make sure that a lot more people look at us. Because if you talk about education itself, as a professor today, it is not about those 60 people who come into my class. It is about those 6,000 people that I can actually talk to. And exactly to your platform, how many people are going to be looking at it?
In fact, that brings me to another question. You keep on, traveling around the world. What is the world's perception today, and how can MSMEs today use that perception of India to actually build globally competitive businesses?
Oh, I think in the last 15 or 20 years, things have changed for India, and dramatically so. What has happened is that, one, we used to have a perception at some point in time, and I'm talking from a negative perception, that India will not have quality products, they will not be serious or whatever. I think that perception has changed. People have started accepting that India can also give quality products. So since people are accepting that, so you can actually create business models around it. There's a very interesting company called 10,000 Villages. What they do is they actually go to small, small karigars or very small enterprises, or when I say small karigars, means like small businesses, not anything else, but probably just about turnover of 100,000 or whatever. They source the material from them and they actually share the monies with them itself. So today the opportunities are tremendous in terms of creating those sets of ideas itself. Today I can actually go out and say that I'm from India and people are accepting me with open arms. So you just have to go out and see the world. In fact, one of my friends, again, just a last point, he created a company called Gamcha. He makes gamchas in a place called Bhagalpur. And can you believe it? He's selling a gamcha at the rate of 129 euros in a place like from a place like Bhagalpur, where the cost of production would be less than 10 euros. So the people are willing to pay for Indian product. They are willing to pay for Indian handicraft. And that is what we have to understand. Globe is our playing field today. I think it has become so much easier. 20 years back, it was very difficult. Very few people could travel. I think today it is just an opportunity wherein we are in a position to make impact. It's in India's, whether we like it or not, it is going to be India's century. And I think that's the future.
You got a lot of love on the webinar, on the chat, on the sidelines. So I'm sure, everybody has loved the talk. And thank you very much for coming, Amit. It was such a pleasure. It was like a surprise, believe me. I thought you'd be abroad, but I was told by Atif that you are going to join. So that was a real surprise. Thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
It's a pleasure and an honor, please. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amit ji. And guess the gist, yes, we should be focusing on the future of entrepreneurship and how innovation should be focused dynamically. That is innovation. And not only concentrating in the technological aspect, but also how customers are provided with the services. Because at the end of the day, customer is the king, and we should be focusing on customers as they are the ones who's going to drive our business now. And also, our world today is directly and indirectly backed by SMEs. From let it be large enterprises like Apple or anyone, MSMEs are contributing on some or the other way, because they are the ones who are providing them with different parts of the product. Thank you so much, Amit ji. We are really grateful to have you. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज।
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Welcome back. So, moving on to our fourth session of the day, innovation, thriving in a competitive landscape, embracing innovation and quality by Mr. Shailendra Goswami, Chairman and MD, Pushkaraj Group.
Hey, hi.
Welcome to
Good
you, sir.
afternoon. Good afternoon.
We are also joined by our Vice Chairman, Dr. J.S. Juneja, sir, today. Over to you,
How
sir.
are you, Doctor?
Thank you.
Yes, so we
Yeah.
may start with the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Atif. Let me first of all thank the entire management team, right from Prahlad, Vinod, Sushma, and Atif for giving me this opportunity on this auspicious day of International MSME Day to speak on a topic which is very, very important and dear to me as well. That is innovation and quality for boosting competitiveness. Of course, we will definitely explore the critical role of innovation and quality in boosting competitiveness for business. But let me first of all welcome all the audience and thank you for joining us today. In a rapidly evolving global marketplace, companies must continuously innovate and deliver high quality products and services to remain competitive. Now, we have been tossing out three words here. One is innovation, second is quality, and third one is competitiveness. I think I will reverse the order. Let me first of all bring to the table the meaning of competitiveness, or what exactly one really tries to understand when we talk about the competitiveness. Now, the basic purpose of being competitive is to certainly gain market share, generate profits, and certainly attract customers. Everyone today in the marketplace is trying to really score over the others in these aspects of business, that I would like to increase my market share year on a year, profit growth rate, or the number of customers that I would like to have it as a OEM and things like that. Now, when these three factors are becoming very, very important as a purpose for the remaining competitiveness, gone are those days, in the earlier days when we used to have monopolies. So when we had monopolies, we used to wait for nearly 10 years, 15 years for a particular product to be delivered. There were, if you take the examples of automotives, in two-wheelers, we had only two manufacturers. In cars, we had two or three manufacturers. So there were choices were very, very limited, and the customers had to buy what was available to them. So the strength of competitiveness is being driven home by the customers themselves, because customers have chosen to exercise their right for a choice. Customers have decided to really look at a particular product to their liking, to their application, and things like that. And that is where everyone today in the marketplace is trying to be competitive. We can really adopt various strategies to remain competitive. We could create better products. We could be competitive in terms of prices. We could offer a good customer service, or superior customer service, that we can say. We can offer a good quality product in terms of, if we relate it with respect to time, we could say a reliable product, or a high index of reliability as such. And certainly on a continuous basis, innovating the particular product. These are a couple of strategies which are there. Of course, the list goes on and on, but then we have chosen to restrict ourselves to quality and innovation. And at this particular stage, I would like to give some examples of the leading brands in the world where people have been trying to catch up neck to neck on their competitiveness. Coca-Cola versus Pepsi, I think everyone can really imagine how they have been beating everyone every day on this particular aspect of competitiveness. Another one is Apple and Samsung on the Android arena. And people have been seeing this kind of competitive strengths in capturing the market share, in capturing the customers, or increasing their bandwidth, and in certainly generating much better profits. Now, when we say competitiveness, it is characterized by a couple of things, like our desire to excel. We would not like to be stagnant. Like we say today, that unless and until you have a policy of a growth, you will not survive in the market. So it is either you grow or perish. So growth is an intrinsic part of a marketing strategy that one has to have it when we are thinking about development of marketplaces. Then surpass others. Naturally, when we are trying to build up this particular market share, we are trying to look at our competitors and we are trying to surpass them and achieve as many successes as possible. Like in marketing, we always say that there is a phenomenon called strike rate. Now, the strike rate depends on several other factors. So we want to improve on our strike rate, the number of quotations that we give it in the marketplace, say 100, and we would like to go more than 40, 50, 60, or whatever it is, depending on the product and things like that. And therefore, when we talk about competitiveness, it is an inherent characteristics that a business model has to have it, or an MSME has to think about if at all they need to survive in the marketplace. Now, when we say we are done with this competitiveness, or the definition or the characteristics of this competitiveness, let us go to these two other words what we have been discussing. One is innovation. Now, this innovation could come in the form of a product, it could come in the form of a process, or it could come in the form of a technology, it could come in the form of a business model, or it could come in the mode of a collaborative innovation, or it could be a sustainable innovation. I would like to give a couple of examples to substantiate what exactly I mean by this thing. In the product innovation, we are trying to continuously meet the customer's expectations on a daily basis or on a periodic basis. The examples I have just narrated is the Apple iPhones. Every year you are getting a new iPhone. So today, if you buy iPhone 14, maybe the next year it could be iPhone 15 or it could be iPhone 16. I don't know what is the period. But if we really look at it, the policy or the strategies adopted by Apple has been to keep up with the expectations of the customer. So they are continuously innovating. They are not stagnant as far as technology is concerned. They are not stagnant as far as giving out to the customer. Of years ago, the Android boom started coming in. Nokia was another mobile phone. Everyone knows about it. And Nokia had to wind up because they could not cope up with the technology. A simple example which will drive home the point which I'm trying to express, that the product has to be live, it has to be lively, it has to be keeping up the pace with the technology, or the innovation has to be on the real time on a regular basis. There could be another innovation in process where the new techniques of improving the productivity, thereby you reduce cost, thereby you scale up your production, thereby you can meet the demand which is coming on you, and cope up with the marketing aspects of business. If we improve the process to improve the particular productivity, that would give you some kind of a innovation as far as process is concerned. Now, to give an example, we have seen or we have learned the people who are in manufacturing, they certainly know the Toyota way of manufacturing, where they have introduced the lean manufacturing techniques, or the Japanese have introduced a Kaizen sort of a tool, which means a regular basis we keep on improving our processes. So we dealt with product, we dealt with the process. The third aspect is the technology part of it. Now, when we are working with the marketplace, we have to also take cognizance of the technological advancement. Now, today, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, IoTs, machine learning, things like that. Now, these technologies have given a lot of inputs in manufacturing also. Like we are saying that we have to migrate to Industry 4.0 for creating much better productivity or scalability or consistency, a very good quality product, a reliable product. Now, when we are talking about Industry 4.0, it uses all the principles or the tools of IT, that is IoT or artificial intelligence. Now, if we take some examples, there are many companies who have been migrating to Industry 4.0, or there could be an e-commerce platform which is called Amazon. Amazon uses extensively AI and ML inputs to optimize their complete supply chain by improving their deliveries. Now we have changed our habits because of this. Now innovation in dealing a particular concept itself will increase the competitiveness, and ultimately it will result into some kind of a demand. Now there is a business model where we can do some innovation also. Now, what are those? For example, we were doing earlier, I can get an example, a day-to-day example, because it will drive home the point very quickly. The Netflix, the channels that we see today on Netflix. Earlier, we used to have a rental service or a DVD rental or some kind of scan the QR code, use the UPI, and pay the money, and you are on with the channel, and then you can see so many things on that particular channel. So the business model has changed from rental to subscription. We take the hospitality industry. Now, in hospitality industry, Airbnb could be an example, which changed the total perspective of stay of hospitality or rentals in the hoteling industry and things like that. Another aspect which has come about after this pandemic or the usage, extensive usage of e-commerce platforms or online shopping is the cloud kitchen part of it. Earlier, we used to go to restaurants and go and sit there. So normally we used to waste 2 or 3 hours, not waste, actually spend 2 3 hours to really serve ourselves. But today we have all the facilities online. We have cloud kitchens from where we can select our menus, and in half an hour or so, all the menus will be delivered at home. So naturally, the business models also can be innovated depending on the type of product, depending on the type of markets that we are trying to serve. There is another innovation area which one should be looking at is the collaborative effort. Now, for example, the leading big manufacturers, they always collaborate with tech startups to bring about innovation. Like, for example, Mercedes or BMW, they tied up with the technical tech startups to develop their autonomous vehicle or driving experience or driving technologies or electric vehicles which are coming up. Now, the big manufacturers, they tie up with these smaller tech startups who have a domain expertise in a particular domain, and that, if combined with a larger organization, can give an ecosystem for constructing or developing an electric vehicle or an autonomous vehicle. Now, the sustainable model is something which is very, very important today, considering the environment which is coming. So, innovation to protect our environment is very, very necessary. A classic example of that could be electric vehicles, and Tesla has been one of the leading companies in this, who have been protecting the environment by creating electric vehicles. Pollutions have to go down. Of course, there is a lot of debate that whether the electric vehicles pollute less or more, because there is a disposal of the batteries which are being used. One has to consider that aspect, but we do not want to get into that. We need to really address a progressive concept in its own merits. So when we give that particular example of sustainable innovation, we could count Tesla as one of those companies, or several other companies who are getting into electric vehicle mode or trying to protect the environment. Now, once we have understood the competitiveness, we have also understood the innovation concept and how they both interact with each other. Let us understand the quality part of it also. Because when we are talking about the quality also gets bifurcated into products. It could also get into the process, and it could also get into the supply chain that we have it. In products, naturally, if we make that product more reliable, which will last longer, lesser warranties and things like that. I can give examples of Rolex watches. Once you buy it, you just keep using it. You forget about anything else that is happening to that, or maybe a Sony TV, or maybe a Mercedes or a BMW car. These products have been pitched at a very, very high level of quality standards. Now, the processes for the quality purpose, the people have been introducing total quality management, Kaizen techniques, or Lean Six Sigma, or Kokayake techniques. The Japanese and the other automotive manufacturing people have brought in a lot many such quality processes, rather manufacturing processes, to build up the quality to a certain level that the warranties are very less. And therefore, today, if we recall our earlier years, we used to give warranties not more than 12 months or 15 months or 16 months. But today, people have been giving warranties of 5 lakh kilometers or 5 years or things like that. Now, all these things could be achieved because we created a very good manufacturing system using these quality tools. Another aspect which in quality one would like to address is the supply chain management. Complete supply chain management has to be of a particular quality level, and people have got to understand that if we look at McDonald's, now any McDonald's store, you go any part of the world or any part of India, the quality of that sandwich or the burger or the product that you are getting served from McDonald's is absolutely same. Which means what? There is absolute standardization of supply chain management. There is this Apple stores. If you go anywhere, I'm taking the example of Apple because they are the leaders as far as the mobile phones are concerned. Wherever you go, any part of the world or any part of India, the quality of the products have been absolutely standardized, and we cannot find any change or any kind of aberration anywhere from product to product. So, having understood these three important words: competitiveness, innovation, and quality. And all these three are linked up to each other, and certainly they contribute in development of a particular business model or an MSME or a process or whatever you may say it. So innovation drives quality improvements, while quality ensures the successful implementation of innovation. So we can see the relationship. Therefore, I personally feel that innovation coupled with quality certainly drives competitiveness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goswami. Thank you very much for those insights and the expert advice. In fact, I'm very happy to mention here that we are joined by Dr. J.S. Juneja, Vice Chairman of India SME Forum, and he has been a torchbearer for innovation amongst MSMEs. And he has also written a book called Innovation is the Key to Success, which is a very good read. So I would urge our members to write to Juneja sir if you need a copy. And yes, very rarely do we also see a R&D department amongst MSMEs. So that is something, where a lot of work or a conscious inclusion of an R&D department or a team which can, be involved in innovation for an MSME business needs to be there. In fact, I would like to take an opportunity here to mention about the MSME innovative scheme, under which the Ministry of MSME does give support for businesses who are keen on filing for trademarks, for patents, for design, for creating prototypes, and also for incubation of new ideas for scaling up or any new innovation. Apart from the Ministry of MSME, certain schemes are also being offered by the Department of Biotechnology, Department of Electronics and IT, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and the Department of Science and Technology. With that, before we conclude, I would like to request Juneja sir. Sir, would you like to comment anything before we conclude, sir?
Thank you, Sushmaji. I'm glad that Mr. Goswami had touched very well on innovation, competitiveness, and whatnot. But I think the application of innovation today is more in the marketing area, and apart from the within the organization as a, you can say, organization structure, and that is one area which one has to look at it simultaneously. And I think two small comments I want to make. Number one, that the the enterprising spirit is a part of our veins. It is in our veins. And you see, all over the world, you find the Indian businessmen succeeding. I mean, they, to a large extent, I put it this way. You cannot really generalize. But at the same time, I feel the innovation and enterprising spirit, they go together. One cannot exclude from the other one. And I think the application part is more crucial. As far as the R&D is concerned, R&D, yes, is required. But I have seen some small, medium enterprises. For example, there's one company called SSP, it's a pharmaceutical company and chemical company in Faridabad. They have a huge outfit for R&D. They have specially designed the labs to do the continuous R&D, and they come up with many new chemical products, chemical formulations. And I think there are some small, medium enterprises we are seeing, and who are doing fabulous job in creativity and innovation. And I think we should compliment all those small companies and tell them. But I think Mr. Goswami would like to maybe elaborate on the essentiality of enterprising spirit in innovation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I hope Mr. Goswami can elaborate on that if he can. He will give many good examples, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Atif, over to
Yes,
you.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Juneja sir. Thank you, Goswami sir. And yes, being competitive should be a prime focus for all the MSMEs to widen their market share with a wide range of customers and presence in different markets that are available globally. And making reliable products and services is the first step for the MSMEs to match their competitors and innovation, and quality enhancement is indeed the foundation of this. Thank you, Goswami sir, for your kind insights. Thank you so much. Thank you, Juneja sir.
Thank you.
We will now go ahead with our next session of the day. Mr. Sirish Joshi, Chief Business Officer from ONDC, for the topic Digital Imperative for MSMEs. Welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
So we'll be joined with by our Director General, ma'am, Ms. Sushma Mortania, for this session. Over to you, ma'am.
I would like to request Shirishji to please continue with your session, and then we'll do some question and answers towards the end of your speech.
Perfect. How much time should I plan for, ma'am?
Around 12 to 15 minutes.
All right. So I talked about, I set the title as Digital Imperative for MSMEs because I think the idea of being digital, while it is generally known, does not get embraced with as much intensity and as much conviction as it probably deserves. And I think when I look around on enterprises that have gone digital and what have they gained from it, I want to share 10 thoughts with you, 10 benefits, 10 gains that you can then you can benefit from by being digital. And by being digital, I mean fully digital, right? For example, if you have, let's say, a WhatsApp number or an email address where somebody is sending a message, there is still a human being at the other end who's opening that email and responding. I do not call that being digital. Whereas, for example, if you have a digital store that is in theory open 24 by 7, any time of the day or night, somebody can place an order on that store, and there are automated processes that can work with fulfill that. That's now becoming digital. So let the understanding be that you are entirely digital, but why should you be digital and what are the benefits? First, you can only scale with digital, right? So let's take just simply timing, right? How many hours can an individual work? How many hours can a physical store be open? How many customers can an individual deal with? Right? If you're at a cashier at a store, at one time that cashier deals with one person, and then the next person and the next person. But if you're online, your store can have 1,000 orders and 1,000 dealings in 1 millisecond. So you can only scale with digital because beyond a point, your human limitations will get in your way. Second, you can only get efficient with digital because digital allows you to not only do what you do well, it gives you that traceability, but you can look around the world and you can source materials that are cheaper, you can source processes that are more efficient, you can source talent that is better, you can source ideas that you can adapt. Digital allows you to go beyond your individual capability and have access to that information and those resources very quickly, and so you get much more efficient across the board with your organization. You also get more innovative with digital for exactly that reason, that when you have access to more ideas, you have access to more information, you're able to join the dots and come up with new thoughts and new ways of doing business or new businesses to do, which may not be possible today. And the history of the digital world is replete with examples where businesses once they went digital, and in fact in the previous conversation we heard a few examples that physically so many businesses existed, hotel business existed, taxi business existed, but it was the digital players that made it big and scale, right? Because they brought in that innovation and that experience. Four, you build loyalty by being digital. Because how do you keep a track record and an efficient track record of all your relationships with your customers? When you're digital, you will know that entire history. If some employee leaves who was dealing with them, that history stays with the organization. And if you know your customers better, you can serve them better. You can build new products and services that are valid for your existing customers that make them stick with you. And so, this entire positive cycle of having that digital trail, that digital relationship that transcends individuals, that transcends physical human contact, that will allow you to build much greater loyalty over time. You get more competitive. Number five, you get more competitive with digital. One, you are much more faster aware of what your competition is doing. Moment they introduce something, it brings visibility to you, you know right away. And importantly, you can respond also digitally. And so very quickly in the same forum, in the same arena with the same audience, you can put forth your point of view and you'll be immediately known. So your Competitiveness goes up dramatically when you're digital. You get more strategic with digital because now you have data. Everything being digital, you have a data trace. You are operating not from your judgment, but you're operating from that data, and you make much more sound decisions. Now, all of you are successful to a point, so your judgment has been good. It's not that judgment is wrong, but judgment cannot be successful all the time, and successfully will not be successful, especially when you're in newer arenas. So if your business is digital, then you have much greater database source. Where is the demand coming from? Which products are doing well, which products are doing worse, what are the peaks and drops in the performance, which are the salespeople who are performing well or not performing well. Right? Once you're digitized, all of that becomes visible, and so you can make strategic decisions far better if you're digital. 7, your marketing is more efficient. So now you can leverage digital tools. Now, if you're a very mass brand that appeals to hundreds of crores of people, maybe you don't need really digital. But for almost everything else, and I think all SMEs will fall into that category, you're not appealing to 100 crore Indians with the product you're making. And so if your audience is targeted, digital marketing is effective. Digital marketing allows you to also use other tools like influencers, people who know that subject and they can back you. So your digital, you can create AR, VR experiences. So your marketing becomes more effective when you're digital. 8, you are more agile when you're digital because whenever the backbone is digital, your ability to respond, ability to reorganize very quickly, all of that becomes very easy because if all the underlying is digital components, then you can rearrange them and reconnect them very easily. If it is physical components, then it's not so easy to rearrange and respond very quickly. Number 9, you are better understood if you are digital. You can explain who you are better. You can have videos that show how your product is to be used, different contexts in which it has to be used. If there are rumors, you can counter them very effectively if you are digital. So you are better understood for things you want to say and for things you don't want others to say wrongly. And finally, number 10, you access business support better. If your business is digitized, it has a digital trail, then your ability to access credit, for example, becomes better. Or if you're digitally present, you might find that people outside your customers or other people who know you can actually act on your behalf. So if there's a question on a forum, your sales team or your customer support need not necessarily respond. Some other person who knows your brand can also respond. So all these kinds of support, both formal and informal, become far more easier when you're digital. So those were my kind of 10 thoughts to kick it off in terms of reasons why all businesses and especially SMEs really ought to go digital.
Well, those are very, pearls of wisdom, I must say, and 10 very, very crucial and key pointers. If I was to sum up these 10 points in one line, it would be how to run your business while you are sleeping at the click of a button. And not having heavy investments on capital and human capital and so on. Very rightly so. I would like to ask you, Shirishji, some more details, on ONDC as a platform and how it is going to encompass all these 10 points that you mentioned, and how it's going to prove as a good, reliable platform for MSMEs.
Okay. So I do not know if this audience fully understands ONDC, but let me give an analogy first, and then I will come to ONDC. All of us use internet, and internet you can think in 5 parts. Right? So you have the user, which is people like you and me who are looking for information. So we are the user of that information. At the other end, you have a creator of that information. Now, as a user of that information, we use a digital tool called a browser. Through that browser, we do everything. Through that browser, we send emails. Through that browser, we do our banking, our ticketing. Through that browser, we access our entertainment. That's a single digital interface for doing all sorts of activities. So that's what we are doing as a user. At the other end, the creator has published that information on a website. So the web server, the content management system, all of that is the digital tool that the publisher is using. Now, these two digital platforms, the browser of the user and the web server of the publisher, talk through a protocol called HTTP. Now, when that happens, what does a content creator do? You can put it on any website, on any web server in the world. All the users on all the browsers can see you. So, moment you are live anywhere in the world, you are live at scale. And that's the internet. That's what is happening with ONDC. So now instead of a user, you have a buyer. Instead of a creator, you have a seller. The buyer uses a digital platform called a buyer application. The seller uses a platform called a seller application. These two applications talk through the ONDC protocol. That's basically the idea. Now, today we have 11 buyer applications collectively with more than 100 million buyers. So now on this side, we have more than 100 million buyers already, and more buyer applications are coming. So we expect this number to cross more than 500 million. Now, if you are a SME, what methods do you have today to get today to 500 million buyers and very quickly to 500 million buyers? Not many. So scale is available on a network, right? So the first point I spoke of was scale. That's available on the network. Second thing I spoke of was on speed. A lot of businesses are now able to sell to parts of the country they could not sell to. So they're able to do that. Companies now have a digital trail of businesses and they are actually able to apply for credit on the basis of the sales strength that they're able to demonstrate. And that's particularly useful for small enterprises because you may not always have collateral to be able to show. So that is also taking place. We are seeing innovation. So companies are now coming up with new business models because everything underlying is digital. So people are building services that are possible only because of other services present on the network. If you have to do everything yourself, it becomes very difficult. But if other elements are present on the network, you only have to bring in your component, then it becomes very easy. Let me give you an example. There are companies which are doing work in natural language processing and especially Indic languages. Now, it's only a language tool. But if you build this tool into the buying application, then any buyer can search in any language because that tool will convert it to the machine language which can provide the search. So now as a language expert entity, I can make searches of all buyer applications more powerful and I can earn a royalty. I don't have to build an entire e-commerce system to be able to do that. So in this fashion, innovation is more possible. So these are just some of the illustrations, ma'am, on how through ONDC businesses are benefiting.
Thanks for that. But just in, say, common layman's terms, if I was to ask you, how is ONDC platform different than an existing e-marketplace or many such marketplaces which are existing today? So how is it different? If you can explain in a very, very simple terminology.
Yeah. So the simplest difference is that all existing e-commerce solutions anywhere in the world, except for ONDC, which is a world first experiment anywhere, all e-commerce requires the buyer and seller to be registered on that application. If both parties are not in that application, you cannot do a transaction. So therefore, now what does a seller do? A seller has to register on multiple applications. Similarly, as shoppers, we also go to multiple applications because even for the same category, we may not get everything. So if you're buying things for home, most people will have an Amazon and Flipkart application. If you want to order a taxi, most people will probably have a Uber and an Ola application. If you want to order food, most people will probably have Zomato and Swiggy. So you have to be in multiple applications because you want to make sure you have the best options available, right? But how many browsers do people use? Only one. Why? Because internet is open. Internet is not a closed system because in the internet, all users will see all websites. It's an open network. Whereas e-commerce marketplaces are closed systems. Both parties have to be in the same system. That's why you have to be in multiple places. Now that causes a lot of problems. We may not think of them as problems, but in a way, if you think about it, they are. So when I'm going on a holiday, I have to buy my flight on one application. I book a hotel on another application. My taxi to the airport, I will book on a third application. I'm doing all these things in 3 different places. If I want to, let's say, study a particular subject, I will buy a book on one application, and I might not even find a tutor on another application. I might have to do an internet search. So we are actually ourselves taking on the extra load of separating our purchases because each e-commerce is a specialist in something. But in an open network, and I mentioned in a browser, what do? You can do your entertainment, you can do your banking, you can do your studying, you can do everything because it's an open network. So browser is only a means. It is not a store by itself. So in an open network, people can access a much broader range of services. Sellers can also access a much larger pool of buyers at a much lower cost. Now, what happens when one party tries to do everything? It comes at a much higher cost. But if you allow different people to do different parts, then everything becomes more efficient. So if you have one party which, let's say, has 5 lakh buyers and another party that has, say, 20,000 sellers, we simply connect them. So suddenly these 20,000 sellers have these 5 lakh buyers. There is no cost of acquisition, there is no cost of discovery. And so you are able to connect, buy and sell. So these are some of the important differences on an open network vis-a-vis closed platform. So it's more efficient, it's more universal, and it leads to many more use cases that you can't do on existing marketplaces.
Well, thank you so much. It has, I mean, it's very, very explained in very simple terms, and I'm sure all our viewers could get this very well. Just one last question out of curiosity. Is this platform or network going to be available to 2-tier and 3-tier and the remotest areas also?
It's already available there, ma'am. We have artisans and weavers and handicrafts folk, farmers already on the network. The famous Kanjivaram silk. We have weavers from Kanjipuram on our network. We have saffron growers from Kashmir on the network. We have honey growers from Jharkhand on our network. Forget tier 2, tier 3. We are right down into rural markets also.
So we have more than 40,000 retailers as are, associated with us with our Forum for Internet Retailers and Seller Trader division. How can we bring them on board on the ONDC platform?
So for sellers, the task is very simple, which is we have seller applications. Remember the 5-part I described? So buyer uses a buyer application, seller uses a seller application. So we have about 30 seller applications that are live on our network. They're listed on our website. So if you go to ondc.org and choose network participants, on that page, filter for seller applications, you will get the list of seller applications. They are listed by geography, which are the cities they operate in, which are the product categories they operate in. So you can choose whichever one that works for you. You can contact multiple parties and decide which one is better. They will help digitize your catalog. They will help digitize your entire presence. And then as a seller, you need to know only 3 things. When do I know somebody wants to order my product so I can accept it, because I have to check my inventory and confirm I have it. Second, how do I pack it and how quickly do I have to pack it, because somebody will come to pick it up. And third, when will I know that money has come into my bank account? That's all you will need to know and nothing else. And you'll be doing e-commerce. So if you want to know how to join ONDC, I recommend you connect with our email ID, team@ondc.org, team@ondc.org. And we will explain more then once you get in touch with us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joshi. Thank you very much. This has been very insightful conversation, and I'm sure we know what we need to do next to get our retail members, on the ONDC platform. Thank you very much for your time. Over to you, Atif.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Shirishji. And very rightly said, going digital is the need of an hour, and digitally today should be full-fledged across all sectors of business, as it aids to surpass all the boundaries and eliminate any discrepancies caused due to the human error. And going digital will also make the MSMEs more competitive, and having a presence in the digital market is the need of an hour right now. Thank you so much, Joshi-ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good luck.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है। आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी। यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा। अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Welcome back. Welcome back. We have so far now completed 5 very much powerful and insightful sessions. We now move ahead to our 6th session of the day by Dr. Rene Van Berkel, UNIDO representative and head in India. On the topic. Welcome, Rene, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon and welcome also to you. Pleasure to join.
We are very much honored to have you, sir. You'll be joined by the moderator, our president, Mr. Vinod Kumar, sir. Over to
Good
you, sir.
afternoon,
Sir, you're
Vinod
on
Kumar.
mute. Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Welcome, Rene, and very happy International MSME Day to you.
Yes, a happy International MSME Day, isn't it? It's a great celebration for a lot of activity in the MSME sector, and really applaud the achievements indeed.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's one day where most of us that are operating in the MSME arena try and get together and keep on talking about what the future has in store for us and how do we get future ready. In fact, today's session is primarily all about how do we boost MSMEs, and this is something that's happening around the world, and almost all the states in India are also celebrating this, which is a big achievement from 6-7 years ago when most people didn't even know the meaning of MSMEs. So we are very, very happy to have you here.
Yes, yeah, indeed. It's the 6th time of World MSME Day, so it's not such a long history, but we can clearly see that the momentum is gaining for the concept of MSMEs, and I think that it's a very laudable achievement. Sometimes people are saying it's the backbone of the economy, the MSMEs. I tend to have a slightly different view. I think that the backbone is still the large corporations which are buyers of parts and components and services from MSMEs, and the MSMEs in that sense would be more the heart and lungs of the working part or the engine of the economy, with a contribution of quite a quarter of the economy roughly contributed there. So I think yes, the MSMEs are a driving part for the economy. And I think that that is a laudable achievement, but it's not enough to say then sit back and relax. It is a matter of advancing the competitiveness, the productivity, and related ones. And also, what I personally feel very much is that we need to differentiate between in the MSME segments. So there is too much of an attempt to just put all the MSMEs in one category, in one basket. And of course, we could then do micro, small, and medium, but even then there are so many differences that we need customized approaches to promote the development and the growth of the MSMEs. And from a UN perspective, as a United Nations Industrial Development Organization, we say that there are a few levers for change. I think one of the levers would certainly be technology and innovation, which is kind of the topic you wanted to discuss. But I think the other one is also skills and competencies. So skills, I would say, is more the operational skills, so how to best plumb or how to best put together a painting job or anything else. But the entrepreneurial competencies are something which is a bit different and might sometimes need more emphasis in terms of risk-taking, opportunity-seeking, more entrepreneurial attitude, not just from the MSME owners, but throughout the MSME segment and also in the ecosystem that supports MSMEs. And then a third component, and we discussed that also recently, is also to try to bring in more diversity in our workforces, because particularly in the manufacturing sector, the participation of women is really quite low. And we see that businesses that are investing in diversity are saying we should have done this 10 years ago, because it helps to improve our workforce. We get a better work culture. We get more attention to discipline. Absenteeism goes down. Job rotations reduces, and these are all very tangible benefits for manufacturers. So I think the dimension of technology and innovation and then skills and competencies and then the diversity are really opportunities where MSMEs could improve from the manufacturing side. And on the innovation side, of course, we worked very closely with the India SME Forum on the National Manufacturing Innovation Survey, which we completed recently or was released late April. And if I just sum it up, because it was a large exercise to assess really from the bottom up how much innovation is taking place. We come to a figure of about 1 in 4 firms having done some innovation in the past 3 years. So you might say that is still not too low, but if we also look at what then innovation means, in some cases it meant just buying a more efficient pump, because the pump broke down and we couldn't buy the old version. So we had to upgrade. So we can't buy iPhone 4 anymore. So we automatically get to an iPhone 12 or 13 in that sense. And that's not innovation by intent. So if you look at innovation by intent, it's much lower than a quarter. And this you might say the general attitude is that innovation is risky, and therefore there is one should not do it. And there's a tendency that we want our payback tomorrow, or at least the day after tomorrow, and that's not quite going to work with innovation. But the firms that are innovative, 80% of them says we increased sales, we increased productivity, we defended ourselves against changes in the market. So innovation is necessary. It's not enough to just produce. You have to be part of the innovation in the product, in the service, and in your own processes. And this innovation mindset is probably something that needs to be further nurtured.
In fact, I wanted to also ask you, we were part of the innovation survey. So, what do you think in terms of, Dr. Amit Kapoor just talked about some time back about the fact that, it is MSMEs which are more nimble, which are more oriented towards innovating across, because they have to find means and ways of actually, circumventing traditional methods in order to save costs, become more productive, also at the same time, save investments and wherever possible. What do you think in terms of boosting this innovation ecosystem in India? What does India need to do? And
Yes. I think that I would maybe have a slightly different or complementary view. I think that MSMEs are very much if I put it, maybe it's not as negative as I say it, maybe a bit ad hocism and short-termism, because there's not much of resources available. So one has to run on a shoestring all the time. And that leads to a lot of innovation, in which is not necessarily innovation in the sense of improving products or services, but it's in terms of keeping your business running. So one might also saying it's the firefighting to keep your business going. Something breaks down, you have to deal with that. And MSME segment is extremely good at that. So let's give credit to that. So that's very, very positive. But I guess that we are looking more at technology which brings then a better product, less environmental impact, less energy use, keeps people better, and so on. So that is really what progresses us towards sustainability, inclusiveness, and so on. And then I think we could disentangle this innovation a little bit. I think often in terms of a three-stage rocket, if you want to use that parallel. And there is a lot of technology available, which is basically cost efficient and which is not being utilized because it's not well known to the MSME fraternity. And I don't blame the MSMEs. I think it's more a matter of the support system not reaching out to even at each and every cluster in the corner of Madhya Pradesh or Haryana or wherever it is. So the entrepreneurs are not getting enough access to reliable information. And we see that also if we then work, for example, with BEE on Bureau of Energy Efficiency, on cataloging some of the energy efficient solutions that are really affordable and applicable, then we see immediately high take-up of these technologies. So we saw in one of the projects, 770 MSMEs invested something like 250 crores with a payback of less than 20 months. So that's very good return on investment. So we need to work to make these technologies and then the service providers also available in each and every remote cluster of the country. And then the second part of the three-pronged approach would be to look at what is international best practices and international best technologies. And we cannot necessarily cut and paste those into India. And there is a need for some custom engineering and design and also validation and demonstration. That's some work we are doing with Central Pulp and Paper Research Institute to say that as international technology on membrane filtration, on chlorine dioxide treatment of water and heat treatment. So I won't go into the technical details, but if we then custom engineer to the scale of the pulp and paper mills, the raw materials, the operating conditions and so on, then we get skid mounted units which we can deploy and then demonstrate to the mills and then get some level of confidence building around that. And then, of course, we get the larger innovations, which are really new. So that's innovations of things which we don't know. And I think there's a lot of talent in India that from the IITs and from other institutions and even from private individuals, which have some ideas which can help the planet, which can help the MSME community. And we find time and time that with some that they are running into a glass ceiling because they might not have the connections to mobilize the opportunity to demonstrate their technology, or they might not have the access to the finance. So there's a lot of mentoring that is needed to accelerate the deployment, validation of technology. And we did that also on another project on low carbon innovation, where we have then also solutions which I if I may allow, give me one example. So with Inficold, we are which is a chilling company that basically did a modification for the milk chilling, so instant bulk milk chilling. So basically, because you have an ice storage and then combine that, and you reduce the chilling time for milk by half, and then you have much better quality of the milk. And you would say that is then so many ripple-on effects. It's saving a bit of CO2 and energy, but it has so many ripple-on effects. And we see that with many innovations that start from one angle, and if you then bring in a group of mentors or innovators around it, we can kind of custom engineer this into a solution which has multiple benefits. So then we see innovation contributing to productivity, to quality, to environmental benefits, and so on. And that's really, we have to make a difference and say which innovations do matter most for India. And that is, of course, those who help us with the inclusiveness, sustainability agenda. And that is where maybe our focus also from the government should focus on. It's not innovation for the sole purpose of innovation, but some innovations are more important for India than others.
In fact, there's a question which somebody has put on the webinar. It says, how can collaborations and partnerships with other stakeholders, such as universities, for example, or research institutions or larger companies, how can they contribute to this innovation and the quality agenda of MSMEs? And how do we explore more and more linkages between the industry and the academia?
Yes. I think it's a fair comment that the countries which are more innovative have generally good collaboration between the knowledge-based institutions, which are the universities and technical institutes, and the businesses and government. So this triple helix type of model. And what we also found in the manufacturing innovation survey is that in most sectors this is in an early stage of development. There is some collaboration happening, but not a lot. I think it needs change on both sides. It needs from the entrepreneurial community a bit more entrepreneurship, which I was already referring to earlier on, to say that, okay, innovation, I cannot expect it to a return on investment tomorrow or so. And it might also I might need a little bit more of patience to get results and to more effort required. Because if there's no risk associated, it's not an innovation, it's just an investment. So we need a bit more understanding of what innovation involves and getting out of this short-termism and look forward to that from the business side. But I think also from the research provider side, so knowledge-based institutions, there tends to be a sort of an overselling of the maturity of some of the innovations which are out there. And that results in disappointment from the potential users. So they think it's ready to go, whereas there are still a few steps to be done there. And often also innovations actually materialize where you bring different components together, and that's not so much addressed. So we need to invest in the innovation ecosystem, and I think that DST with its funding programs can play a role. So it's not naturally a natural come together. So government might have to facilitate this with for example, making better databases available of who's innovating in what area, who knows what, and who's reliable on that. It's very difficult for MSMEs to find out, and that could be a way of very broadly facilitating innovation with an innovation system inventory. It's also quite noticeable that the technology transfer officer also is not an established profession in India. So if you see in the US and the UK, they have associations of technology transfer professionals. So some professional development might be quite good, and see this also as a career opportunity, because many of in this technology transfer offices which we encounter are young career academics just graduated and do this for a few years, and then mom or dad says now it's time for a real job kind of thing, and that's so it's not seen as a career perspective, whereas it's very important. And I think another one, which is maybe my preferred topic, is to say that we need to basically have a larger research agglomerations projects which are dealing with pre-competitive research, so bringing competitors together on common challenges for the sector, and then develop with a longer term horizon some technologies which the knowledge base can be used by say in the automotive sector. You could have Toyota, Hyundai, and Maruti building on the same knowledge platform which was developed pre-competitively, but then having different models of cars coming out of it. And I think this mechanism has proven itself in countries like Australia, Japan, Germany, the UK. I think it's probably time for India to try something like that, to put some money on there, and don't think in 1 crore or 2 crores. This needs to be a significant amount of money to bring together, and then have a research agenda of 5 or 7 years or so, which really looks forward to the big technology challenges in, say, in textiles or in automotive or in machine tools or other sectors.
Extremely clear, roadmap that you've laid out for us. We will try and, try and approach the government with various, means and mechanisms to actually ensure that this happens. And we understand that UNIDO has been working, and your team has been working very, very diligently on the entire mechanism for, the ecosystem in India. And we are so very thankful for you having joined us today. So I am really very upbeat about the fact that there are huge prospects for MSMEs to boost competitiveness, primarily through innovation, quality standards, and also in a way sustainable technologies which you talked about. And I feel that going forward, it's only that much more easy for entrepreneurs to leverage all of this and move forward by going into the world with all of this at their back end. So with that, thank you very much, Rene, for joining us today.
It was absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much, Rene sir. Thank you so much for your time. And rightly said by you, technology is definitely important for innovation, and skill development and a more open approach to diversity within the MSME industry can surely bring new returns for the economy. And looking at the international trends and practices can give us an example of insights of how innovation is changing new magnitudes. Thank you so much, Rene sir. Thank you for
very
your time.
much.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Well, that was another insightful session that we had. Now, going forward, we have Mr. Vivek Somareddy, Vice President, India and Emerging Countries Seller Fulfillment from Amazon, who will be talking on enabling cross-border and boosting national e-commerce. Welcome, Vivek ji.
Hi, Atif. Glad to be here.
Honored to have you, sir. We'll be joined by our president, Mr. Vinod Kumar, sir.
Hi, Vivek. Welcome.
Hi, Vinod.
And
Thank you for having
your topic today is how do we enable, my pet subject, which I normally say that, how do we enable cross-border and boost cross-border e-commerce and boost the national e-commerce markets. I have constantly been talking about the fact that there's a huge demand out there for Indian products, especially the ones that are only made in India and cannot be made anywhere else except by our artisans and entrepreneurs. So how do we look at creating an ecosystem that supports e-commerce, even from 2-tier, 3-tier rural areas and all across the country. Over to you.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. Wish everybody a very happy International MSME Day. And thanks to the India SME Forum for organizing this wonderful event. Before I get into specifics of the question, broadly, if we look at exports as a segment, it has changed significantly in the last 5 to 6 years. Previously, the only way for entrepreneurs or brands to try out new markets was to actually physically go there, mostly to top trade fairs, meet with the buyers, suppliers, send samples, get orders, manufacture. There's a little bit of back and forth that happens there, quality control, whether it's according to specifications. Then figure out shipping, and if it's overseas, figure out storage, then send their products, and then depending on payment cycles, wait for the cash flow to come in. Now with e-commerce coming in, they can directly connect with customers in a few clicks, leverage a lot of available resources like industry reports, market insights, insights from e-commerce players, start small and give themselves the chance of getting it right the first time. I was listening in a little bit to the previous conversation you were having with Renee, and there was a lot of talk on how the smaller sellers can really participate a lot more in the new digitization efforts that's happening, and this is what e-commerce is bringing to the table. So while entering or expanding into a new market in exports was really challenging and cumbersome task, it has now become significantly simpler and more accessible for even small players thanks to the technology tools, internet, and e-commerce. I think the question now should be more about how to get the right product market fit. Because today there's a massive customer demand across the world. And you just mentioned, there's a lot of products only we can manufacture, our artisans, craftsmen, our traditional goods. This has a lot of demand across the world. So it's about figuring out where is the customer demand and tuning the product to meet that market fit. And this is where I think e-commerce has already brought in a lot of easy to adopt and scale mechanisms for entrepreneurs to test the new markets and grow their businesses outside India. And all of this can be done without the need to have any local footprint that is, in the overseas region. Through e-commerce, we are able to enable businesses to incur very low startup and operational costs, support them with market intelligence to data insights and customer reviews, and offer them support with distribution, payment, and logistics. This greatly increases ability of businesses to reach large audiences quickly and build a global brand that owns and runs its IP while still being based out of India. And we're seeing a lot of different success stories. People who are, say, vendors to big brands finally realize that they're able to tune their products to create a certain brand, test it in a market, and create a successful secondary business of their own where they control the entire supply chain. And this is what we are seeing happening with our e-commerce business at Amazon, global trade business on Amazon. And customers, no matter where they are, really value this. They value about having the right selection, priced correctly, and getting the convenience so that it gets shipped to them. And the nuts and bolts for this are already in place right now. So as entrepreneurs or
Also
sellers,
brings me to another question, Vivek. You guys completed, Amazon completed 10 years in India just recently. And you've had a significant journey from when you started in India to now when you completed 10 years and when you have acknowledged that you are going to look at the market in a much bigger way and you're going to enable exports. So what are some of the significant or noteworthy achievements that you yourself feel have shaped your journey through along with the MSMEs or the sellers that you have on board?
Yeah. I think we have been in this journey for the last 10 years. We just celebrated our 10th years anniversary for Amazon India. And this journey has been about making, Amazon tuned for India, or as we say, India ka Amazon. While we got a lot of good capabilities and benefits by having Amazon established in many worldwide markets, we realized very quickly that it had to be tuned for the Indian ecosystem. Just a simple thing, right? Most customers in India at that time, at least 10 years ago, would mostly buy from neighborhood stores. But we knew that Indian customers, like customers worldwide, come back to the same thing: diverse selection, competitive prices, and a great shopping experience. But this wasn't easy to do because it was cash habituated. So changing that to a prepaid method was very difficult. The logistic infrastructure wasn't that developed for parcel deliveries, so we had to do a lot of investment in those pieces. So what we did is we started building all of these pieces. We provided our sellers with the necessary support to go digital, help them with inventory management and logistics, as well as seller mobile app with which they could transact their business, and most importantly language support that made it very simple for them to navigate the world for online selling. We also launched very specific seller cohort tuned programs: Karigar, which is focused on artisans; Saheli, which is focused on women entrepreneurs; Launchpad for new innovations and brands; our local shops program to digitize the local kirana stores and other small stores in your neighborhood; and finally the global selling program, which then not only helps them sell in India but also helps take the sellers global. Through these set of initiatives, we have had a large impact on artisans, women entrepreneurs, brands, and offline retailers. We also have some very public pledges we have made to the government in terms of growing the MSME space. So we have a public pledge of digitizing 10 million small businesses, enabling $20 billion in cumulative exports, and creating about 2 million direct and indirect jobs by 2025. We are well on the way to achieve all of these goals, and these goals also serve as a very important source of inspiration for us internally within the company, in addition to, of course, growing the business. With all these efforts, we really hope to make a meaningful and lasting impact by digitizing businesses and providing greater value to customers and sellers.
See, we have a lot of, we have more than 500 people in the webinar, and there's various platforms that we have telecast or broadcast this session. Now, a lot of questions that I'm getting on my WhatsApp or on the webinar and also on the other platforms is about, where do you feel the potential lies in markets around the world when it comes to MSME product lines? There are over 7,800 product lines that are specific to MSMEs. So in your experience, where all do you feel, and what are the things that are most fast moving as far as export markets are concerned?
Yeah. So I wouldn't pick a particular geography, though there are certain areas of concentration right now. We are also quite young in our journey. We have been doing the global sales exports for about 6 years now. And so we, of course, pick the markets where, we have large businesses. And for Amazon, it's, of course, the US market. But that doesn't mean to say, and there's different ways we look at it. There is size of opportunity, and there's also the growth rate we are seeing in each market we get into. So while currently the US is the biggest market for exporters or sellers or brands from India, we are seeing incredible uptakes from the Middle East region. And this is it's very obvious. We have a big Indian diaspora there. So what sells in the US is very different than what sells in the Middle East. And for Middle East, you really don't have to go and innovate a new product line. It's basically the product lines that work in India are working there. We've had really great success in tapping some new markets like Japan, where we are finding good uptakes for surprisingly linen and home bedding and bed sheets and some of those products, which it was just a let's try some of these markets and see what happens, and these are taking off very well. So while the US remains a mainstay for now, the biggest growth is coming from, let's say, the Middle East, new markets like Japan and Europe. Europe is also a very good market. You have a very diverse set of customers there, and our Indian products are in great demand. It's a little difficult to operate because of tax and other regulations, but once that initial hurdle is overcome, we see really good growth. In terms of product lines which are doing really well, India has been a textile hub, so we have strength in that space. So most of the brands which are getting created are in that space right now, but also just leaning in on the entrepreneurship and inventiveness of our brands and MSMEs. The other products which are taking off are, think of STEM and educational material and toys. Those are some of the hottest categories that are growing right now. We also believe we have a lot of potential to unlock in areas such as Ayurveda, hard lines, and materials such as kitchen products, where we are one of the leaders in terms of creating new product lines.
So, with all this happening, where do you find a disconnect, or where do you find? I'd rather not be negative. Let me rephrase. From the point of view of growing, now we know that we're talking about a 800 billion market in terms of cross-border e-commerce, and which is supposed to grow to maybe 8,000 billion over the next maybe 6-7 years. From that, if we are to become a sizable part of this cross-border e-commerce market, what do you feel that the government needs to do? You see, one of the things that we are talking about is this new generation of MSMEs that are now coming into business and are going to be in this space for the next 20-25 years. What is it that the government needs to do for them to ensure a steady ecosystem, a sound set of policies for them to be able to easily sell products around the world, and also at the last mile, which is like the rural areas and where from a lot of stuff is being made. What does the government need to put all that into place so that next generation entrepreneurs find it very easy?
Yeah, I'll start a bit about what's changed and what's really appreciated in terms of what the government has done. And I'll quickly run through some of the things which have happened. I would pick three things which has created, this robust public digital infrastructure. First is, providing really high quality internet. And, both the telecom, India is one of the biggest telecom markets in the world. About 60% has internet access right now, which was just 19% in 2015. So this, I think, has been a big game changer. The second one, which everybody is aware of, and a massive runaway success, is the digital payments piece. So UPI has made digital payments a habit, and this creation of this infrastructure on this scale has spurred a lot of entrepreneurship in fintech. So the reason this is important even for cross-border and e-commerce is it makes cross-border payments and reconciliation, the space, a lot more inventive. The third is, of course, the digital verification, identity verification. While Aadhaar and it being backed by biometrics has created a lot of benefits locally, what it helps with is also identification when we want to, let's say, a brand and an entrepreneur. I'll take an Amazon use case on an Amazon market elsewhere, and I'll give you a big disparity in how things work. Assume a seller from some different country wants to launch in the US. There's a long verification process which happens, and we currently follow the same process because it's the pipeline of that marketplace. But in India, the way we launch a seller is we have a GST ID, we do an OTP verification, and the seller gets launched. Now we are seeing this is as the North Star experience. Like, you have all the right details, the seller identity is verified. So we are making a big push to say, hey, like it has the quality of verification is exactly the same versus this long drawn process which is being followed in other markets. The reason they do it because they don't have this single window pre-verified authority of identity which they can tap into, which we have in India. So that's like a big shift which the government has done. And in terms of coming to specifically exports itself, there's again a lot of focus in terms of facilitating exports, and primarily the big push has been the foreign trade policy, where a chapter of e-commerce has gotten included into the foreign trade policy. But in terms of the areas that the government, we believe, has to help the sector to grow is double down on manufacturing, so that we can leverage our tech prowess and the growing startup ecosystem we have in India, and support in bringing a large number of MSMEs and D2C brands in terms of facilitating manufacturing, making it very simple in terms of the rules and regulations piece. For example, India, while is a overall like a big export market, I think last year was about 422 billion merchandise exports. The B2C e-commerce exports is very low. It's less than like about 1% of the pie. So that's where the opportunity really lies, and that's where putting in place the for recognizing e-commerce as an important growth engine as part of the foreign trade policy, bringing trade and technology together is where the government can really help us speed up this part of the business.
Excellent. So I think we are very, very clear about the path that we are going to, engage with the government as far as, global e-commerce is concerned, and, how to, make things easier. Any last comments that you'd like to share with our entrepreneurs today that have yet to start their global e-commerce or export journey?
Yeah, I think the opportunity is really vast. And in partnership with many forums, private companies, public companies, India SFE Forum, we've been constantly working with the government to facilitate and bring about a lot of policy changes. Some of the stuff which has already happened is import-export code can now be procured digitally. There's a significant reduction in documentation. Custom clearances have become faster. Number of foreign post offices has increased, I think, from 3 to about 30, allowing MSMEs to directly dispatch their products. And through the private efforts, we are solving issues with respect to cross-border logistics, cross-border payments. So it is a really great opportunity and a really good time for MSMEs who are, let's say, operating in India, thinking about creating your own brand. It doesn't cost too much. It's the right time to take the plunge and get involved. While you can grow your India story, the cross-border story is equally, if not more powerful. And and by facilitating all of the, or by unblocking all of the challenges in the entire supply chain, you can quickly figure out what sells, what customers are looking for, and grow a global brand. And we have many such success stories. So I think one thing I would leave the audience with is, it is not as difficult as you think. It used to be difficult. There's a lot of changes, like I said, have been brought about. So take the opportunity to jump into cross-border e-commerce, and there is support available from the government, private players, and public players, including the forums like this.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Over to you, Atif.
Thank you, Vivekji. Thank you so much. And very rightly pointed out that a robust public infrastructure, the telecom network, and the digital payment reach has really made the cross-border trade more convenient. And the verification process, simplicity, and different initiatives taken by the government has really brought an ease in this process as compared to other countries' longer processes. And since we are talking about exports, I would also like to mention two of our very own initiatives, India Exports and Women Exporters Program, which are specifically targeted to the exports and enabling first-time exporters. So we have completed the first edition of India Exports, and we'll soon be launching the second edition in a month or two. and also about talking about the Women Exporters Program, which is specifically designed for the women entrepreneurs to enable them to start exporting. You can know more about these initiatives on our website, indiasmeforum.org, and you can find out more information, register yourself for the upcoming WEB programs. Thank you, Vivekji. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All the best. Bye.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी। यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा। अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Well, with such diverse insights from our industry experts, I'm certain that a lot of our MSMEs doubts and questions have been answered. And I urge everyone to participate and put up questions in the chat box. Moving ahead, we now have our partner, Colonel, and I'm very thankful for your support. Mr. Beka Dalakeshvili, CEO of Colonel, will be speaking on the topic fast tracking MSME growth through digitization. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Namaskar. Thank you very much for having me. Happy International MSME Day.
Happy International MSME Day, sir. We'll be joined with our president, Mr. Vinod Kumar, sir.
हेलो बेका, वेलकम।
नमस्कार विनोद जी।
नमस्कार, आप कैसे हैं?
धन्यवाद बढ़िया।
Okay, बढ़िया, चलो, excellent. So we made you understand Hindi finally. So finally, you are in the land of Hindi speakers and multiple languages, Tamil, Telugu. So I hope you picked up quite a few words of Hindi, if not everything else.
No, just a few for now, but working on it. It's still work in progress. So next time I'm gonna know much more for sure.
Excellent, excellent. So moving forward, I'd like to welcome you. And, I hear about your experiences with automating a lot of structures in Georgia. That's the country that you come from. And we all know that Georgia has been, ravaged by war and whatnot over so many years. And finally, when all of you decided that you are going to, build the country back, you built it back much better than what it was. Now, how is, first of all, that experience been of rebuilding a country with, everything that works today in terms of technology and digitization and all of that? How has that experience been, Becca, for you?
Great question. Thanks. Yeah. So Georgia is so one thing we need to keep in mind is Georgia is really small. Like we have population of 37 lakhs. So basically change can be done much faster. So the processes are faster there than we are talking about the population of India, obviously. However, there has been a lot of similarities in the ways of how people lived. There is multiple also similarities in terms of the culture. Like we aspire to be European, but in our hearts we are really Asian. So there is many similarities, and also the way people used to business was pretty similar of how people used to business here in India, and like also are doing like many things, double accounting, things going off the table, people not paying taxes, all the cash transactions, so on and so forth. But I believe that the core driving force in those situations is always needs to come from the government, from the top, and needs to really implement those things. And unfortunately, change is rarely pleasant. So it usually happens still with there are lots of fines and people need to adapt, and people don't tend to like to change the way they work, they live, they do business, but that's for the greater good, right? So it's very important that the nation and the society of the small businesses here in India also understands the need of this transformation that's happening now in India. Because first time I visit for business last April, more than a year ago, and I actually see very clearly how things are changing. Like when you're there, like this is not that much visible, but for example, like usage of UPI, like penetration has been huge. But even over this 1 year, driving rickshaws, taxi drivers, I don't know, drinking chai on the street, like whatnot, like much more people already have UPIs, and I can feel that, right? So the change that's happening in India is really fast. It's huge, and this digitization, generally access to internet and ability to digitize multiple sections of business and life, I would say, is driving this change even faster, much faster. Because I'm a true believer that this is India's century, and that India's growth over the next few decades is going to be phenomenal. And I believe that the job that's done here is also like amazing and over the top.
So essentially, what is the scope that you see when it comes to micro, small, medium entrepreneurs in India? And we are still in the process of digitizing a lot of them. We are still having MSMEs that are holding on to traditional methods because of their own ways of doing business from years and years of business. And now the government is pushing them, that go online, do e-invoices. Just 2 days back we had this, or yesterday we had this communication that enterprises which have more than 1.5 crores of billing need to get into the e-invoicing bandwagon. And a lot of people are scurrying because they feel, oh, it's something that's beyond us. We may not be able to do. So what is your perspective on that?
So my perspective, as I said, like change is rarely pleasant, but this is for the greater good, right? So the businesses themselves, even though they will be resisting, like that's just kind of my view on the future, even though they will be resisting this digitization, they will see multiple benefits of that. And unfortunately, those things sometimes need to be implemented with kind of force. So they need to be kind of forced into something in order to really realize how big this digitization can be, how much it can increase their efficiency. And unfortunately, those who won't keep up with the change, and that's the rule of evolution, there will be few that will actually die out. But those who adapt, those who change, will prosper and be better. So, as an example, in Georgia, for example, we had the digitization of tax system back in 2010. So that was when I hit the job market as a finance professional, worked with like hundreds of small businesses and the banks. And the key thing that happened after that over those 13 years is that the loan penetration in SME increased by almost 300%, 298%, like it tripled. And also GDP per capita almost doubled. It grew by 77%. So this is a clear example how this really helps to grow. And once the data is digital, then all the financial institutions can do risk profiling, they can understand the business, and they can distribute the loans. But it's not just about the access to capital, that's about cost of capital as well. These people will get, small businesses will get their hands on cheaper capital, and they will be able to better monitor and manage their business. They can do analytics, they can be more efficient, and don't lose time on that, but instead spend their time. Once they adapt, again, the adaptation is going to be a bit painful, but once they adapt, they're going to be much, much more efficient because of all the opportunities that digitization and automation really presents to them.
Completely agree with you. In fact, one of the things that I have found, majority of the people are very worried when it comes to compliances, whether it comes to GST, when it comes to, because of the hassle of doing all of that, because most entrepreneurs are single unit entrepreneurs. You see, they are the salesman, they are the producers, they are the manufacturer, they are the worker on the shop floor. So they are all in one. So this entire thing of accounting and all, which was earlier left to some accountants and all that, now when it comes to GST, it's a lot more intuitive in the sense, and also you have to be responsible for everything that you do. A small mistake can cost you. There are heavy penalties for missing out on dates and so on and so forth. So in this current scenario, what do you feel? When it comes to the requirements of MSMEs, what all do you think MSMEs need to do?
The MSMEs, in my opinion, need to utilize these opportunities, and they need to be basically open-minded, I would say. This is the most important thing, to embrace this innovation and this opportunity to really digitize and automate things. Because when you do all the things together, it's really hard to keep track of many, many things, if we even forget about the requirements for the government or the compliance or whatever. So you need to use a proper CRM system, probably in order to manage your sales, for example. You need to keep track of your inventory. But again, with the GST incoming, people used to rely with outsourced accountants for anything related to compliance. But now with tax invoices, e-invoices, e-way bills, those needs to be done on the go, on every transaction, especially in the B2B sector, right? So they don't have this luxury to rely on outsourced accountant, because the accountant, again, serves like 20, 30 people. So they need to do it on their own. And the sooner they start, the sooner they will be to really automate that, and really they will be able to not notice that. So the goal, for example, our goal is not to be user-friendly. We need to be user-friendly today, but our goal is to be invisible. So accounting and tax filing and those things is not something that people do for fun. But once you do it one time, then you're just over that and it runs on its own. So this is the kind of process that the small businesses need to move towards. I understand there's a lot needs to be done there, and that doesn't happen within a week or something, but this is the direction they should take and focus on what they do best: run their business, like produce, make the best possible product, create the best possible value for their customers, and do the sales, purchases, etc., whatever makes their business flourish, and however they can create most value in their business and in this world potentially.
In fact, I am okay. Sushma ji is already here, so I am going to announce for all our members, for all the people, over 700 people that we have here listening in or tuning in, that we are extremely proud of our relationship with Colonel and Becca's team. They have been extremely graceful, and great in terms of offering this one-step platform, which is Colonel, which you have seen some of the ads earlier. We are going to run those ads again, and they have offered one version of the entire kernel software free of cost to ISF members. For those that want to use it a little bit more, or have many more invoices to be done, there's a minimal cost to it. I think this starts from 56 rupees. I would request, please, let's show the offer on screen. Apart from that, even for a lifetime offer they have given, wherein Colonel will be working with you lifetime, for your lifetime of your business. So really very, very thankful to you, Becca, and your team for really looking at the pain points of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and helping us, supporting us in getting them online, getting them digitized. Just look at this, guys. So you have a freemium mechanism, which is not available to non-ISF members. It is only available to members, though it has limited features. You can try it first, check the free invoices, check what all is offered free. Once you use it for 2-3 months, you can upgrade it to the annual or the 3-year. But personally, what I like is the free lifetime offer, which is lifetime subscription at 3,999 rupees, which is completely insane, I would say, for a business. But Becca's team has done it, and we are so very grateful to them. Becca, your few words on this.
Yes, it's an honor and pleasure to play our small part in this process and to be partnering with you, because what I want to underline again, one important thing is that the ecosystem enablers, people who really there needs to be a body in between the government and the business that talks both languages, so to say. And what we see is that India SME Forum is this organization that is kind of this bridge between business and the government also. And the job that you're doing, what you're doing in terms of pushing the country forward, digitizing, it's a big honor for us to be part of this journey and to play our really small role in moving India's economy forward and providing whatever we can to create more value for the businesses. Because at the end of the day, our mission, as well as my personal mission, is to empower growth. And I believe that together we can really create some synergies and empower people to move towards this new digital era, so to say, and be efficient and be successful in the future.
Excellent. I am going to invite people, look at the bottom ticker that has the link. You can just go online right away and sign up and reserve this offer for you. We are offering it first for the first 5,000 people, the free model. So please grab it quickly before other people take it. For people on the webinar, we are going to put this in the chat box, so you can save the link and click on it later, so that you can just avail the offer. I don't have too much functionality to show all of you what else the system does, but I'm sure we will conduct a couple of demos for all of you in the future. All of the people that have come on the webinar, that have registered, that have joined us live, as well as to the people that were not able to join but have registered, we will conduct demos for all of you so that you are familiar completely with how the system works. Sushma-ji, over to you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Becca. Best wishes for International MSME Day. And once again, I would like to thank you on behalf of India SME Forum for dishing out such a wonderful offer for our members. I am going to request my team to also run a poll on the webinar on how many attendees would like to go for a demo for the kernel software. And we'll be able to invite those participants later on for a demo session on the software. So once again, thank you very much, Becca, and we look
My
forward to
pleasure and
a
an honor.
long-term association with Karnel. Over to you, Atif.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Becca, sir, for your kind words for India. And you are right, digital payments is now available in every nook and corner of India, especially with the UPI. You know, every retailer, every kirana store, even a normal vegetable shop has a UPI now. And digitization is
I
showing.
actually, what I did, I'm bragging about that, like all around to my friends all around the world, that actually in Mumbai, a beggar asked me for help. I didn't have cash, and he pulled out a QR code, so I was able to actually help the guy with the UPI payment, which was like, this is something I'm like bragging around all around wherever I go.
And you did give him some money, right?
Yeah, of course. Once he did it, I was like, oh, this is amazing. Like,
Excellent. Because this has happened to me almost 3 months back. And I kept on sharing the news with a lot of people that I know. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Becca.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Well, now moving ahead, we have another very prominent speaker in Ms. Kanta Singh, Deputy Country Representative, UN Women, India, speaking on the topic, Awakening the Sleeping Giant, 100 Million Women in Business. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
It is an honor to have you, ma'am. We will
Thanks
be
a
joined by
lot.
the moderator, Ms. Sushma Mortania, ma'am, our Director General.
Thank you, Atul.
Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar, Sushma ji.
Namaskar, Kantaji. Best wishes and congratulations on the International MSME Day.
Thank you, and to you too.
It's always such a pleasure, and I really admire the exhaustive work that you've been doing on as a promoting gender diversity, gender parity, gender equality, and I've seen your work, and it's just so admirable. So I would first request you to make some opening comments on the topic, and maybe then we'll take the discussion forward, Kantaji.
Thank you, Sushma ji, and thank you for inviting me every time you have an event. In fact, my office has started saying that you should draw your salary from half salary, at least from SME Forum.
Most welcome, most welcome. I can brag about having Kantaji on our rolls.
Well, thank you, and being a part of the UN system, I'm really encouraged that you are organizing such an event and we are part of it. So thank you for making us a part. See, let me just start by saying how MSMEs, how women's economic empowerment is central to what we do at UN Women. We are working in about 180 countries, of which physically we are in 86 countries, if I'm not wrong. Women's economic empowerment is one of the major pillars of our work, and how we encourage women to participate in the economy is through education, employment, skilling, and entrepreneurship. We have been working in India for many years. We're partners with Niti Aayog on the Women's Empowerment Platform. But beyond that, it is part of our strategic note. Making women financially independent is at the core of what we do, whether we do it through their leadership, whether we do it through their skill building or through education. Some of the things that we have been focusing on in India is a work in the aspirational districts where women do have enterprises, but they don't know they are doing something, or they are contributing to the national GDP or the economy in general. So we are trying to bring some of these women into the formal economy space, where they not only register their businesses but also become part of the market. And it is not necessary that every woman who is working and who is earning money wants her business to be formalized. But what we do is basically promote women's entrepreneurship so that they also become part of a system through which they can access resources, they can leverage some of the government schemes, they can also get into the safety net that comes with being an entrepreneur. Many schemes that Government of India has brought in, many women are firstly not aware. So we try to create awareness about government schemes, but also bring the schemes closer to them. But in our work globally, Sushma ji, we also have similar approach to women's development. Wherever women are, we take them a step higher. And that we do mostly in partnership with the government by strengthening the delivery system, by strengthening the supply of services to women, and also create awareness and advocacy around women's work so that women's work is formally recognized. So with that, I will stop here and will answer your questions.
Now, while we are talking about exploiting the potential of women, I would also like to take this opportunity to mention you here that, as part of UN Women, you do work towards empowering women through education, for their safety, for their health, for their hygiene, and so on. But at India SME Forum, we work for their economic independence and their empowerment through entrepreneurship. And here And here we, look at their skilling and appraising them of various business opportunities which they can explore, avail of various government schemes, even without being formally educated, even using their livelihood means, how they can create higher order enterprises. So, we would like to learn more about your experiences outside of India and the best practices, some of the best practices that may exist in other countries, which could be brought to India and maybe serve as a game changer for exploiting the potential of women, Kantaji.
See, when we talk about India, they're about 20%, and that's the number that has been recognized by Government of India, around 20% plus women in the MSME space. But globally, I think they're about 1/3 of them totally. So of the 9.3 million formal women into the MSME space, globally, I think some of the European countries and some of the Central Asian countries are doing better. Then women in Asia Pacific are also there. South Asia is one region where there are least number of women. I'm not saying that women are not working. Here again, most of the women who are working are in the informal space, so they don't get counted. So that is the first battle that we fight, and that's what we need to learn. So one of the good practices from the European and Central Asian countries is that they register their businesses, and we need to learn that. Second issue that probably India needs to learn from some of the countries, and I don't have the data of specific countries, but let me tell you some of the good practices that happen here. After registration, there are some policy hurdles and legislative hurdles that some countries face. In fact, World Bank did a study, and I remember, I don't remember the year, where it says about 190 countries were assessed, or women face at least one barrier, which probably they don't overcome in their lifetime. So either it is a legislative framework or it's a policy gap, because of which women continue to face that barrier. But across the globe, couple of challenges that have come beyond good practices, Sushmaji. One is, and that's my understanding as well, that women have some structural barriers that we don't think about, which is lack of property rights. And India has property rights, so we don't even consider that as taken, because the social norms are such that when women want to exercise their property rights, everybody else looks down upon them. If a sister asks for right, brothers don't appreciate that. Parents are also, because of the age old norm or age old practices, even parents will give them dowry but won't give them property. So that is the most fundamental problem, I would say, because without collaterals, she can't access loans. She doesn't even have the security of having a house of her own. Till the time she's 50 years old, a woman doesn't own a house, or she has enough money where either her parents give her, or she earns money and she owns a house, or she has a joint house with her spouse, or whatever. My point is, if you don't have access to property, or you don't control it, access you might have, but you can't sell it if you want, then how can you start an enterprise? So the basic difference between how men start enterprise and women start enterprise is that men start because they want to make more money. I'm not saying they don't need the money, but everybody does. Women start enterprise because they need to do it, because of survival in most cases. A woman in a rural area will start a shop or a grocery shop because she knows she has to raise 4 children. Husband is alcoholic, or he's away to another city to work. Either way, because she needs more money, and that's how she doesn't take the risks that a man can take. And she doesn't have anything to actually to give away as a security, because that's the only thing she's left with. So she starts with 5,000 rupees or 50,000 rupees, which is the minimum amount she has. So that is one difference that has. A man can always hire a lawyer or a CA or some friend because the channel of information is completely different from women. They can go to each other, they can talk to, go to the city, go to a government office. Women don't have that information. That's number two. The third difference is that the social norms still put the burden of care work on the women. So in real terms, and you and I know this better, that even when we started working, we were taking care of everything that needed to be done in the household. Now we can afford a maid or somebody to help us. That time we were doing everything ourselves. So whatever spare time we had, we still wanted to make money. We still wanted to fulfill some of our aspirations. I would say people like us are ambitious, so that I can't say it was necessity. It was because of our ambition and aspiration. But other than that, I think there are also financial gaps, not only in understanding of the financial systems, but also accessing the finances for enterprises. So there are multiple barriers that women continue to face. Some of the countries had removed those barriers in terms of policies. They brought in subsidies, taxes, tax relief. They wanted the women to have land in their name. So all those things have been kind of factored in before encouraging more women to start their enterprises. Also, in if you look at European countries, the education levels are different. Those are smaller countries. The real working hands are few, because either they're children or elderly people. So the real productive age is both, then they'll have to count men and women both. In countries like ours, when we have, a lot of people around. So there are different kinds of challenges, and women are still expected to play the traditional role. And that's how many of the enterprises that you will find for women are in the service industry, and they are not into the productive or manufacturing area. And that is where the money is. Infrastructure, factories, that's where money is. And not where women are taking care of the children, or sitting in a shop, or running a small shop for photocopying. So that's where the gap is, and that's how they can never be as financially viable or profitable as men's shops could be. And also the risk appetite is very, very low.
No, very, very well articulated, and very well thought out points that you have mentioned. On one side, at least because of our honorable PM, who believes and who has said in as many words that women are the key drivers to the progress of our nation. And it's now that we have started taking cognizance of words like gender neutral and gender mainstreaming and gender parity and so on. So what, according to you, would be the policy asks, to actually make this as a conducive ecosystem, or provide a conducive ecosystem to women who want to get into entrepreneurship? Because most of the challenges faced, as you rightly pointed out, finance is one of the major issues. You don't have properties on your name, so you don't have a collateral. And to answer, maybe to as an answer to that challenge, I personally feel that the government could look at, building a plug and play facility which could be offered on a lease basis, which may have certain security and utilities and all for women. It's just one thought. So what are the other policy changes, and how do we reduce this gap, according to you?
So Sushmaji, thank you. You mentioned gender neutral or gender mainstreaming. I would say gender responsive. Unless you ask women what they need, you involve them into policy making, you take their inputs, it's going to be a one-sided affair. Generally, the policies are made by men on the basis of what they share. I'll just give you one example. and in many cases, I've been following it up for several years. Just before the budget, the finance minister, not now, for many years, they meet different delegations, farmers delegation, business leaders, and you are in that space, so you also go and meet the finance minister or prime minister. How many women are being represented there? And but just I'll also give you another example where several state governments have brought in a policy to say 1% rebate in stamp duty, and see the impact it had on women owning property. So when you have 7% for men, 6% for joint property, and 5% for women if the house is in her name, I think it has definitely made a difference of 2 to 3% ownership in favor of women. So if a small tweak in the policy can have such a favorable impact on women's ownership of property, why can't we think of more, I would say, radical thoughts? For example, if you want to transfer wealth from men to women, have more interest for women in the deposits. If you want, say, tax rebate for women who start their enterprises, a slightly longer electricity waiver fee. Some of those small things, not a huge thing, and Prime Minister has come out with the Mudra scheme. It has made a lot of difference in women's lives. But smaller things that matter a lot to women, say free electricity for 2 years. The mobility, now many states have also given free bus passes to women. You will see the positive impact on women going to work. I mean, there are many things that can be criticized about the free services, but I am saying these services are going to be availed by people who don't have cars. If I have a car, I'll still not sit in the DTC bus here, will I? No, I won't. So if women can be free, the metro has made such a huge difference in girls' lives. They are going from Rewari to the North Campus. You think it was possible? It wasn't. So these small little tweaking of policies to make them more gender responsive would go a long way in supporting more and more women to also realize their full economic potential. And as I'm saying this, I'm also saying that women have to play a very active role to achieve SDGs number 1, which the country is committed to achieve, but also add a lot more value to the national economy, without which we are going on one wheel, right? If it's a bicycle, then we are going on one wheel. So it makes perfect sense for all of us to start thinking about the huge untapped potential and the sleeping giant that you're saying. Unless we wake that giant up, we won't be able to reach the 5 trillion economy that we're talking about. So, and women are capable. They can do anything that men can do, if not better, at least that much. So, and if we are educating our girls, I think we also need to shift our mind from marriage to work. So like we prepare our sons for for work, similarly, we also prepare our girls for careers and not just for marriage. So the whole, and it's changing. I'm very happy that look at sports, look at many other areas, all sectors, women are there now. I think things are opening up. It will take some more time, but I'm saying involve women in decision making, involve women's leadership should be promoted, make policies keeping women's specific needs in mind. So in that sense, you have to bring in equity there, not equality. We are not looking for equality. We have some specific values, we have some different kinds of contribution that we can make. Men have their own strengths. So instead of competing with each other, we should be complementing each other.
Well, very well said. Just one last question, Kantaji. 2 points I would like to highlight, which you mentioned. One is that most women are taking up services, services sector as as a form of their enterprise. And second thing is that most women who are employed in the workforce also they are not part of any shop floor or any kind of manufacturing activity. So, what can we do to increase or drive higher numbers or popularity for women being included in both the workforce in these unconventional sectors as well as in manufacturing sectors?
So very quickly, and I see Atif here. I think he's telling us the time is up, but I'll take just 2 minutes. And I have done it myself, so that's how I can say it with confidence that there is a real challenge there. We are investing in women. The senior managers or senior leaders in the companies are very open to having more women on the shop floor. The real problem comes with the middle managers. We are not investing in them. We are not preparing the shop floor for women. So instead of saying women are not ready for shop floor, we are actually, the shop floors are not ready for women. There are not enough women's toilets. There are not enough women managers. So middle managers resist the change because the entire language changes on the shop floor when women arrive. They can't abuse each other, which they speak, casually. And because I have worked there, so I know how they speak. So I'm saying those are the places where we need to invest in middle managers, saying how the inclusive workplace will add a lot more value, not only to the company, but also the country's growth and development. So I think training and building capacity of those managers will go a long way. Again, as I'm saying, I have seen that the temptation for us to avoid sexual harassment होगा, इसलिए छोड़ दो ना, आप क्यों करना है? And बजाय इसके कि ये बताना कि what constitutes sexual harassment, why should people not be sexually harassing women, we just try to avoid the entire topic. Then we don't bring in women. And maternity benefits, sexual harassment act, all these things, they have found excuse not to hire more women there. In fact, the men should be educated about it. They don't know. If they don't misbehave, then they will not be implicated. But even to remove all of those myths and all of those information gaps, I think we need to train them, build their capacity, involve them also in decision making, that we're bringing women. What will it mean for you? How do you want to prepare yourself? And how will you make a safe space for women to contribute here?
Well, thank you so much, Kantaji. We are so much aligned together in our thoughts and in our approach and objectives. And we'll continue to work with UN Women in empowering women of India and being instrumental in, bringing them economic independence through entrepreneurship, and also addressing issues of gender diversity, and also bringing more women into manufacturing sectors, because we've only been seeing training programs and skilling programs for stitching and tailoring and beauty and so on. As you very rightly pointed out, we need to actually get these women ready, and the shop floors also ready for hiring these women force. So once again, thank you very much for your time coming here, and it has been so delightful speaking to you. Thank you once again.
कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Well, now going forward, we have Mr. Ankit Sachdeva, Director of Business Strategy from Trustana, speaking on the topic enabling cross-border and boosting national e-commerce. Hi Ankit, how are you? I guess you're on mute. Hello. You're not audible. Yes.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're audible now.
All right, great.
Pleasure.
Thank you for welcoming me, and thank you so much for India SME Forum for inviting me to speak at the event. It's a privilege.
Most welcome. We'll be joined by our president, Mr. Vinod Kumar sir, for the session.
Hi
Over
and
to you, sir.
welcome. Welcome to you, Ankit. It's such a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Vinod. It's a pleasure as well to speak with you.
Excellent. So let's hear from you on enabling cross-border and national e-commerce, and then we will sort of go through a couple of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. If you allow me, I would like to just share a couple of slides just to anchor the discussion and showcase what we can
Not
offer.
sure how you can, but you can try. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, controls are there with you.
Oh, okay. Sure. Just give me one moment. I'm just checking. If not, then I will.
Normally, if you would have sent us the presentation,
okay.
we would have loaded it onto the server.
All right. No worries. Okay. I can just speak on it. No issues. So Vinod, what I wanted to discuss and present today to everyone was how businesses, or at least brand owners and suppliers in this day and age, need to focus on building their brand and growing international to really achieve that scale and look beyond their domestic markets. And it's Tristana. We have helped more than 500 brands do the same across Southeast Asia. And it is something that we're really absolutely proud of. So I would like to just share a couple of things that we have learned as part of this, of doing this business for the last 3 years, to maybe add value to whoever who have joined on this conversation today. I mean, if you look at what a brand owner or supplier, when they start looking or expansion internationally, need to look at, there are 5 main things I think they need to consider, in our opinion. One is they need to build scalable distribution channels. And from a distribution channel point of view, there are many decisions that a brand owner or supplier makes, whether to take the traditional B2B route, find the right distributor for them to be able to move the product into the market to the retailers, or they look at from a B2C scenario where they find the marketplace where they're able to use fulfillment and logistic capabilities of that marketplace to actually sell the products online and get use the marketplace's consumer acquisition power to sell the products. Or finally, you have the D2C part. Now, when you look at consumer products, specifically, if you consider industries such as food, F&B, compliance-heavy industries, it could be health and beauty, it could be pharmaceuticals or health and wellness products. Majority of the time, you need an active partner in the domestic market to be able to help and guide you to build that distribution capability because they understand the local market. And so it's really important for a brand owner to consider all three, evaluate these three options carefully, and find the right partner for them to move those products. The second thing I think that is super important is localizing the product positioning. What I mean by this is really understand the consumer needs and the behaviors of and preferences of the local market to be able to change the product design, the product positioning. It could be from pricing to packaging to just the messaging of how you use the product itself can be very different for between markets to markets. And so I think it's very important for brand owners to get advice from the local market, understand the customers, and figure out exactly what works for their product, whether the consumers resonate with that product locally. The third thing is to ensure compliance with the regulatory practices. I think it's very important from import-export regulation perspective to understand what are the local needs from an import, what are the licenses that you require to be able to import the product into the market. The fourth thing, I think, the last two things I would mention is logistics and payments. And these are something that are already becoming commodities in the market. So you have so many providers that are available now to do fulfillment in a cost-effective way. And so I think while the critical decision over here is going to be, once you identify which market you're expanding to, find that partner who wants to invest in your business and become a trusted advisor for you almost, to help you manage this in an effective way. So across these 5 things, which I just mentioned, I'll just share a very quick case study of one of the brands that we have worked with and that has really helped them grow their export business, right? So Tristana actually helped this brand, which was it's a snack brand called Aroma Truffle. It's a Singapore-based brand that has packaged food that were only based in Singapore, and they wanted to expand their international markets. And the biggest challenge they were facing was they couldn't find a trusted distributor or a retailer to work with, because there were many that they were fine, but they didn't know whether they could actually scale their business with these distributors, and there was no trust yet. So what we jumped in to help them was, one, because they were having poor engagement, we actually wanted to help them give access digitally and build an e-commerce presence or an online presence for that brand in that local market. And so it was not just they had an e-commerce website of their own website where consumers could go and purchase products in Singapore. But what it didn't allow was actually to allow distributors and retailers to explore the product very carefully. And what that means is having a digital presence for even B2B buyers, for distributors to come and explore the intricacies of the product. It could be more information of how that product has sold in the market, who the current B2B distribution channels are for that product in the local market, what is the pricing, what are the ingredients, what are the type of consumers who preferences that Aroma Truffle has. None of this information is online. And so you need an avenue for distributors and retailers to be able to explore that, rather than just waiting for a one-on-one conversation to happen. Now, in the world of category managers and merchandisers and so many people, this information is critical, where buyers are now making decisions. Almost 70% of retailers are making decisions by exploring online and social media channels to find new products. And so you need to be able to build that capability. And so what we helped them do was actually build a B2B digital storefront almost that allowed them to showcase their products online and they could use that easily to create print catalogs as well with that. The second biggest challenge which there was actually connectivity to the retailer. So Tristana already on the platform, we are working with more than 150 retailers and distributors, the local import distributors in various markets, from China to US to Malaysia, Thailand, Korea. And so because we have built this network, working with 500 plus brand owners, these category managers are actually, they trust Tristana's ability to connect with a trusted supplier as well. And so we, through our platform, these brand owners were able to make connections with supermarkets. So Aroma Truffle actually managed to connect with 8 different supermarkets, 5 in China and 3 in US, and one of them was actually an e-commerce player called Yummy Buy in US. And so through these 8 supermarkets, within 1 year, Aroma Truffle actually was able to penetrate the US and China market and establish a brand and actually have shelf space on the stores, move those products for the consumers. And I think last I checked, they had already done within the first quarter of launch about 100,000 in sales, 100,000 US dollars in sales.
In fact, what I wanted to ask you is, what do you suggest Indian entrepreneurs that are, you see, we have more than 700 people online here. So what do you suggest to all the entrepreneurs that want to look at global markets? What do you want them to do in order to be ready for accessing these global markets?
Yeah, I think the first idea would be identify what the product positioning is, right? So if you want to explore going overseas, I think you need to look at if your product is focused towards the domestic Indian consumer market, and if it is towards the Indian culture, then you look at the Indian demographics. Where is the Indian diaspora in the global market, right? And that's who you need to target in those countries. So you're looking at potentially Southeast Asian countries where there is a huge Indian diaspora. You're looking at US as one of the largest markets, and then the last one you would look at also is the Middle East market, right? This is a huge Indian diaspora. So consider that. The second thing then I would recommend is for them to then identify what are the right social digital channels that you need to use. So, for example, create a digital storefront for themselves, create that online presence for that local market to be able to reach out to that network of distributors and retailers, and use the online platforms such as Tristana, and there are multiple such platforms available for you to access the local distributors and retailers market. And then finally, I would say that once you have established that partnerships, then it's about making sure that you have a recurring business growth that you're happening. And to be able to make that happen, you need to leverage technology to be able to automate a lot of their processing speed to reduce any friction from compliance, packaging, labeling, to order processing and payments. Automating that is extremely valuable for any brand owner to make sure you're able to scale that business. So that's why I would, from a step-by-step approach, that's what I would recommend any brand owner to start doing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Atif is here. Yes, Atif, back to you. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ankit, for your insightful session. And yes,
Absolutely.
as brand owners, entrepreneurs need to have a point of contact and understand their target markets, local prospects, and to be aware of the licensing and regulation norms, since every market has different demands, different norms, and different regulations. So
Absolutely.
it's very much important to be aware.
And if anyone wants to reach out, please find me on tristana.com. You can reach out to us to see how we can help you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ankit.
Thanks. Thank you, Vinod. Thank you, Adar.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Moving ahead, we now have Mr. Prakhar Gupta, CA Incorp Advisory Services Private Limited, on the theme ESG for Sustainable Development of MSMEs. Hello, Prakhar ji. You're on mute, sir.
Yeah. Hi, Atif.
Yes, hi. Pleasure to have you, sir.
Same here. Thanks for inviting. Yeah.
Welcome, sir. You'll be joined by our Director General, ma'am, Ms. Sushma Morthania. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Prakhar ji.
Hi, Sushma ma'am. Good afternoon.
We would like to hear from you about what ESG actually means for MSMEs. What is the framework? What are the guidelines? And how does one measure it? And what does it imply for MSMEs? And then maybe we'll take questions from the chat.
Sure, ma'am. Thanks. And let me start with greeting you everyone on wish you heartiest congratulations on International MSME Day, and thanks for India MSME Forum for inviting me to take this very interesting topic on ESG, in combining ESG and MSME. So, we are in a very crucial and very exciting time as of now. India is celebrating the 75 years of Amrit Mahotsav, and we are setting now the vision of the what India will look like when we'll touch the 100 year mark. So, and MSME plays a very vital role in this whole process, in this whole setup. So, combining ESG, which is also a very important topic to MSME, is something which is very, very interesting to talk and to take this forward. So, how I will try and answer the question is, I will answer the question in three parts. I will tell you and also to the audience why why we should even think of, why MSMEs should even think of adopting ESG. What do you mean by ESG for MSMEs, and then how they can do it. So in a short span of time, which is 20 minutes, which has been allotted to me, I will try and cover the three basic elements of making everyone aware that why this is getting momentum today, why it is very important. So today India has taken a goal of achieving net neutrality by 2070, which means that India wants to reduce down on carbon emissions. India is also a signatory of UN SDG goals, which is UN's Sustainable Development Goals, which means that a lot of contribution has happened on the 17 goals, which are spread out on environment, social, and governance parameters across the board. And MSME contributes a very large part of the GDP of the country, which is close to 30% of the GDP of the country. And in order to achieve the target, bringing MSMEs on board is very, very important, for both from the government perspective and from MSME perspective. But now this is from a government perspective or government review. Why it is a need for MSME to start looking into these aspects. So very recently, a survey was done by SIDBI in association with DNB, wherein they calculate their perception index, and this survey talks about what are the few important elements or few positive aspects which MSME should be keeping that in mind, or benefits that the MSME should be keeping in mind while thinking of ESG as a whole. So I would touch upon mainly I will touch upon two very important crucial aspects of why MSME needs to think, or why MSME firms needs to start thinking on adopting ESG. The first and foremost is a lot of customer demand is coming nowadays. Uh, if you see globally, and as well as in India, India is again, it's a very important year for India Inc. and Indian listed companies, that they are mandatorily publishing a ESG report this year, uh, and and they are committing and putting their thoughts on how they have been adopting the ESG. Now, most of these companies, what they've started doing is they have started moving the needle towards the supply chain, and both globally and in India, the push has started coming from for the companies who are suppliers to these large enterprises and large companies. So a lot of customer demand is cropping up with respect to how MSMEs are conducting their business ethically, how MSMEs are ensuring that human rights elements are in place, how MSMEs are ensuring that whatever material these companies are supplying to large corporate houses are clean in nature, are adopted with renewable resources, and are adopted with good ESG practices. So a lot of push is coming from the big customers out both globally and within the country, which is pushing MSMEs to adopt the ESG practices within the company and within the environment. The second very crucial element which I would like to touch upon is the access to funds. So there is a lot of funds which is left aside today in the market. There's a lot of push coming for green funding, a lot of push coming for priority sector lending funding, and a lot of push is coming on ESG positive aspects and ESG positive funding, which becomes readily accessible for a company or a firm which is ESG positive, or which is having a positive footprint on the environment, which is having a positive footprint on the society, and which is having a positive and a very strong governance in nature. So what adoption of ESG does to you is that it helps you to reduce down on your risk, which is risk of getting out of the business, risk of getting impacted by the negative sentiments of the society, risk of getting impacted by the climate change, and so on and so forth. So what are you trying to do when you adopt the ESGs? You are trying to reduce down on your risk, which reduce down your cost of capital eventually, and then ends up you getting a higher valuation when investors are reaching out to you. So apart from, reach to the preferential fundings which are being provided by banks and several impact funds, you also get a better valuation in terms of risk, and in terms of perseverance, in terms of how transparent you are and how effectively you are putting out your disclosures. So it also helps you to easily accessing the funds. Few of the examples which are very prominent today, like for example, SIDBI has a specific arm on green financing, wherein they promote companies and MSMEs specifically which are adopting certain eligible sectors, which are investing in eligible sector, which are starting the businesses in certain eligible sector, which includes energy efficiency, which includes waste management, which includes positive impacts towards the society, and they are giving or providing the loans on a lower interest rate and on a better structuring. So that is one of the example. I was just reading, several banks today, including SBI, PNB, and other banks of the world, they are pushing a lot of priority funding, because for in turn, SBI and PNB has taken a lot of targets on how effectively they can contribute to the ESG society, and they are trying to meet these targets by pushing more and more business growth and more SMEs by providing MSMEs and SMEs by providing the priority linked loans into the market. Recently, SIDBI and Dun and Bradstreet also come up with the perception index, a sustainability index, which is one of its kind in India, wherein they are trying to measure what is the effectiveness of adoption of ESG by the MSMEs in today's environment and in today's world. Recently, Bijongo, which is one of the startup, I will not say startup, it's a global leaders on ESG scorecard. They have come up with a scoring mechanism of how effectively an MSME is working, and they are collating the data from various sources and providing this data to the supplier or to the customer, wherein customer can take a call in terms of which vendor they want to prefer and which vendor they don't want to prefer. So such instances are cropping up, and mainly because of these two reasons, a lot of push is coming in the on the ESG front, and it's become sort of mandatory for all the MSMEs and businesses of the world to start adopting ESG in bits and pieces. So that is main crux on why we should start now thinking in this direction. Moving on to what element of the story. So let me just quickly make everyone aware that what do we mean by ESG when we say ESG. Although the name just rightly said environment, social, and governance, but then if I have to compare it with the financials today, so today we are most of the companies and most of the firms are focused on how effectively they are growing, they are making money, they are making profit, and that's what they're trying to project in all sorts of financial reporting, balance sheets and everything. But what ESG is building the focus on is how are you contributing on the non-financial parameters of the business. So for example, let's say from an environmental perspective, what are your footprints on carbon, what are your, how much carbon as a business are you generating, whether your product is comparable on a carbon footprinting, although you are doing a cost effective delivery or a cost effective service, but then your carbon footprintings are more when compared to a peer business of yours. So carbon, let's say waste management, so your business is generating a lot of waste, how are you handling that waste, are you promoting the recyclability of the waste or not, are the elements of questions which have started cropping out, and that's where the ESG comes into picture. By adopting ESG, what you're trying to do is you're trying to report, you are trying to identify, you are trying to measure your risk which are pertaining to not just financial environment on financial structures, but on non-financial structures, which includes your environmental impact, which includes your social impact, which in turns includes how you are contributing on human rights perspective or human right element, how you are managing your customers, what is your customer satisfaction score currently, how are you ensuring that you provide the quality product to the customer, how you manage your vendor, how you onboard your vendors, are you also ensuring the HR and human rights related compliances when you are onboarding the vendor, and so on and so forth. And finally, governance, which is very, very important element again, that how do you manage everything internally? What sort of policy structure you have, whether proper documentations there are there in place or not, whatever claims you are making to the market, are that properly documented and are being followed on ground or not, is what the ESG in terms of the risk which is getting covered. And once you start identifying these risks, once you start reporting on this risk, what eventually you are doing is you're trying to identify additional risks and mitigate those risks. Let's take an example. Let's understand this with an example. Let's assume that currently I am producing denim as a company, and while producing the denim, I use a lot of water in the whole process. Now, I'm my factory is placed besides, or I'm drawing the water right now from groundwater, but the groundwater is constantly depleting. Now, none of the financial reportings today focuses on such kind of risk, wherein it says that look, the company's groundwater or the reliance on water is very high for this company, and investors might get, I mean, investments might fall flat if someone invests in this company. ESG focuses on this. When you do ESG reporting, you are telling to the world that look, this is my water impact is all about, and how I am mitigating this water impact by doing a lot of recycling, by ensuring that I change my production process, by ensuring that I ensure that whatever water I use is more or less recycled within the premises. So that's how the impact is coming with these ESG reporting structures and ESG reports. Now, last point to this whole story, that is how should you adopt, how an MSME should adopt, what would be the path of adoption. There are three simple, very clear three-step process which any MSME firm can adopt or can use to identify and the point in time and the reason of adoption. So first is adopt, as I said, or the identification stage. So in the identification stage, basically what we are trying to understand, or what a company or MSME should try to understand, is what is their motive of the adoption of ESG reporting. So as I said, there are two motives which I expressly said. There could be a requirement from an investor. I'm going in out for an, say, I'm looking for an SME IPO, go to an SME IPO, or I'm looking for a main board IPO, or I'm looking to get a PE fund or VC funding investment into my company. And that investor which I'm targeting is looking for these ESG related footprints or ESG information, which I have to publish, I have to improve. So that is my motive in this case. The other motive could be that I'm starting a business which is driven by regulatory heavy domain. Like for example, I'm starting a waste management business, which is driven by a lot of regulations. So their regulations become a key driver to the adoption. So first and foremost is understand why we want to adopt, why the MSME or any firm wants to adopt the ESG. The next is conducting a very quick risk assessment, that what are the critical risks under ESG domain where the companies should focus. So for example, as I give you an example of a denim manufacturer, if I turn this example to a financial sector company or of a company which is managing, say, IT services, providing the IT services, for them emission or water consumption should not be a very important factor, but then data privacy should become very crucial factor for them, because they are relying on whatever data they are using, they are relying on their customer data, they are storing their customer data, they are relying on data security related challenges. So for them, data security becomes far more priority and important element rather than thinking on how they are consuming the water. Although water is also important from an environmental perspective, but then the variation of risk and the importance of risk varies from business to business. So in the adoption stage, all these questions need to be answered first.
There's one more question, Prakharji, I would like you to answer while you are describing this so well. How is ESG going to play a crucial role for exports also? Because for exporters, how following this framework will play a role in growing your exports?
Sure, ma'am. And you rightly, I mean, the point in time you asked the question is very appropriate in terms of when I say it's a customer demand. Today, what we are seeing is mainly from European and US markets. A lot of customer demand is coming with respect to adoption of these ESG related framework. There is a rating known as EcoVadis, and I'm sure the companies which are dealing in MSMEs or which are dealing in European markets would have definitely heard of this name. Now, what EcoVadis is doing is uh, it has done tie up with lot of suppliers and lot of sellers in Europe, wherein they come and say that we'll go and scan your customers, we'll go and scan your suppliers and give them a rating on ESG parameters. If and then the customers, which is European based companies, they say that if you cross this benchmark, then only we'll come and trade with you. So they give, for example, in chemical companies, they have a benchmark of minimum rating of 60. If you're not getting a rating of 60, we'll not trade with you. So such measures are started cropping up mainly in the European and the US market. In India also, things have started growing up. In India also, banks, in India also, several top 100, top 200 companies, they've started pushing their vendors to adopt these practices. So both export market and Indian market, these scenarios are cropping up. Just to continue where I left, I mean, the second part of this whole process is measurement. So once I have adopted, I know I have adopted what I need to do, I will measure. So measurement includes calculating your impact. So till now, as a business, we were only calculating impacts from the financial perspective. But very important, we should also start calculating the impacts on non-financial perspective. Like, for example, what is the footprint of my company or my product on environment? What is the footprint on water? What is the footprint on carbon? And so on and so forth. So you start measuring. Once you measure, the next is report. So once you reach out to investor, once you reach out to your customer, the report will be talking for you. I mean, what measures you have taken, what are your current position, what are your targets, what are your goals in terms of improving your situation. And that's where the third stage comes in, which is the external reporting stage or reporting stage, we call it. So this is a very simple 3-step parameter which an MSME can adopt and use for their purpose. So I think I am on time, and I've tried to cover the very basic 3 elements which can help everyone on online. But just to add on last point from my end, right now, for example, this year was very important for India on adoption of BRSR, which is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, which has a lot of questions on sustainable supply chain. So said and done, next year definitely we'll see a lot of push coming from these large entrepreneurs in India, large banks in India. They will start asking you the questions whether you want to reply or not. I mean, your business will get impacted, your ratings will start getting impacted and hampered on all these parameters. That's it from my end, ma'am. I mean,
thank you, Prakharji. I mean, a lot of, I mean, even I gained a lot of clarity, after hearing you regarding this ESG concept. And, though this may be mandatory for companies which are medium scale and large, I'm sure small category companies are becoming aware of it and very consciously adopting and adapting measures. And of course, micro also, if they get aware of these parameters sooner the better, so that they can create a roadmap for their growth and scaling up. While we are talking about this subject, I would like to mention about one very important initiative that India SME Forum has partnered with the Department of Youth Affairs and Sports. Under the aegis of this initiative, it is called Experiential Learning Program with MSMEs. Now, basically, we have been talking about the demographic dividend, and we have been talking about MSMEs as job creators. And we also have been talking about the dearth and non-availability of talent and the right kind of people to work with these companies. And hence, we have been saying that the education system needs to be modified, or it needs to be adapted in a manner which prepares the mindset of these students while they are studying. And this experiential learning program just does that. The UGC has mandated the second year and third year students who are in the process of their graduation uh, to do a 45-day experiential learning with the MSMEs. So they can work with their local MSMEs, get trained, get experience on the process, the workflow, how the enterprise works, what are the various functions, and get acquainted with it. So basically, the student is exposed to this kind of working much in advance, even before he or she becomes eligible for an internship after graduation. And the MSME or the enterprise also gets exposure to the kind of students with whom they can start building a relationship, because these students are from their own area. So the word also spreads about the working culture and the kind of the company that exists and what kind of work environment it provides. And it's going to be a win-win kind of a situation, both for the enterprise as well as the students who are going to be ready for the job market. So, all the interested entrepreneurs and enterprises can register on yuva.gov.in. That's the portal of the Ministry of Youth Affairs. And it's a very, very good initiative for MSMEs to volunteer in the nation building process and shaping the future of next generation entrepreneurs as well as talent. And while this MSME marathon session today talks about nation building and preparing the next generation of entrepreneurs, I thought as much this would be the right platform to mention about this. So once again, Prakharji, thank you very much for that, those insights
Thank you,
and
Swami.
very utmost clarity you explained, and in the
I've
most
also
simplest manner.
documented a small PPT for the audience. I will share with Atif if because I think there was not proper. I mean, I couldn't
Yes.
share it online. I'll just share with him so that he can.
Yes,
circulate.
yes.
You can circulate, and we'll also make it a part of this program whenever we upload this online. This is anyways online being streamed now, but we will also curate it once again and plug the PPT in between.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग।
We now move on to our next speaker, Ms. Barbara Terenzi, President of WUSME, World Union for Small and Medium Enterprises. Hi, ma'am.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates.
You may now speak, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please.
Good evening, Barbara. Wish you a very, very happy International MSME Day.
Thank you.
You may please continue, please.
Okay. Distinguished delegates, I'm pleased to participate in this event organized by India's May Forum for the International Day of MSMEs as president of the WUSME Association and also as woman entrepreneur, leading a family company founded by my father. MSME Day, which was established by the United Nations, celebrates the crucial role of micro, small, and medium enterprises, is a key the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. WUSME, the World Union of Small and Medium Enterprises, is an international organization of MSMEs founded in the Republic of San Marino in 2010 to protect the interests of MSMEs and craft in the world with a careful look at women enterprises and led by young people. In particular, the organization has a permanent commission dealing with social issues and the world of women's enterprise, participating in the United Nations Conference on the Status of Women and presenting written declaration to share best practice. This year, we participate in the annual session of the United Nations Commission of the Status of Women, held in New York in March, contributing to the work with a written declaration and the presence of a delegate. It's important to focus on how technology and innovation can help achieve gender equality to accelerate the value given the woman in the business world. The WUSME Association continues to carry out its commitment to raise the awareness of the institution so that MSMEs are guided towards inclusive and sustainable economic growth. They congratulate for this initiative in this important day of MSMEs. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Barbara. Just one question, please. What are some of the most important barriers created by the pandemic that MSMEs face across developed and developing economies, including in post-COVID era?
The COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound negative impact on the activity of MSMEs. Governments around the world are proposing initiatives and policy to support MSMEs, but it is not enough. Also, because one of the most important obstacles remains access to finance. At this stage, it's also necessary to encourage innovation among MSEs to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals set out in 2030 Agenda.
Thank you very much, Barbara. At India SME Forum, we are very much aligned with the objectives and the goals of World Union of SMEs. And we will continue to join hands and work with WUSME on this agenda. In fact, I would like to tell our viewers that we work very closely with World Union of SMEs. Our president, Mr. Vinod Kumar, and our vice chairman, Dr. Joginder Singh Juneja, both are on the board of WUSME, and I myself am the vice chair of the Commission for Women Issues and Social Issues. And it has been a pleasure working with Ms. Barbara Terenzi. So once again, thank you very much, Barbara, for sparing time for us and addressing our viewers on such a special day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी। यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा। अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
We have our next speaker coming in like about next 5 minutes. Till then, I would request our Director General, Ma'am Ms. Sushma Mortania, to talk about our different initiatives that we have for entrepreneurs to increase their exports and to expand their reach in different markets.
Thank you, Atif. It has been a great journey and learning since morning. We have had some very, very important and very insightful sessions, and fantastic speakers who have spoken about many issues, challenges, as well as what kind of best practices and solutions that can be adopted by MSMEs for having a flourishing business. At India SME Forum, I would like to once again appraise all our viewers about our ongoing initiatives and where all you can participate and engage and network with India SME Forum for growing your business. Since morning, we have seen launch of the 10th edition of India SME 100 Awards. It is one of the most prestigious and flagship initiative of India SME Forum. Since its inception, it has garnered more than 40,000 nominations each year in each edition. And we have launched nominations today. We are inviting applications starting today, and the last date to receive nominations for this awards is 6th of August. Let me tell you, the evaluation of the top 100 SMEs for this initiative is based on both economic as well as non-economic, or rather financial as well as non-financial indicators. 50% weightage is given to the financial indicators, and other 50% is given to the non-financial indicators, which includes corporate governance, HR, people capital, CSR activities of the organization, and so on. So I urge all entrepreneurs who have joined us today, our members, our subscribers, and each entrepreneur out there to nominate for these awards. Second, India SME Forum has successfully completed training for the first cohort of existing women entrepreneurs. We are running a joint program with UPS called the Women Exporters Program. We had received about 2,200 applications for this program. We selected 500 existing women-owned businesses on the basis of their readiness of products or readiness to export. And we have enrolled them in our program. This program is offered totally free of cost, and our partners for this program are UPS and National Commission for Women. We have finished 2 levels of training, and now we are in the last leg of this program. The last leg includes one-to-one mentoring in terms of any design intervention, product packaging intervention, certification intervention, quality standards intervention, any kind of lab testing intervention that may be required for these entrepreneurs to readily start exporting to other countries. And 1st of September, this cohort would be graduating and completing the entire training program of this WEP. Third, we are currently also inviting applications for companies or enterprises who wish to participate at the Martial Fair, which is happening in France starting 22nd of September until the 2nd of October. This delegation will be led by India SME Forum under the International Cooperation Scheme of Ministry of MSME. We will lead a delegation of 20 units or 20 enterprises. The fair, this Martial Fair, is targeted towards multi-sector, and it is a B2C fair. So if you wish to participate with us, be a part of this delegation, you may please apply for this fair today itself. My team will post the contact number of my colleague Miss Najma, who is overseeing and leading the curation of this fair. Once again, I repeat, it's a multi-sectoral fair, B2C, 22nd September to 2nd of October, Marseille, France. Under the International Cooperation Scheme, the unit or the participant is entitled for space rental of up to 3 lakhs via reimbursement, airfare up to 1.5 lakhs, and freight up to 50,000. So I would request, kindly get in touch with my colleague, Miss Najma, if you wish to participate in this fair and if you wish to avail the reimbursement benefit under the IC scheme for participating in this fair. And lastly, a while ago, I just mentioned about the experiential learning program being jointly done with the Department of Youth Affairs. India SME Forum is the knowledge partner, and you could voluntarily register your enterprise on yuva.gov.in, whereby you can invite students from your locality, from the accredited institutions, universities, and colleges, to invite students from these institutions to not work at your place, but be at your place, work as interns, and you'll be voluntarily partnering for this initiative and offering work experience, exposure to these students. You will be instrumental in shaping their future, in carving their future, and also getting them ready for work or a work environment after they have completed their graduation. I would like to now invite Atif. Atif, we have 2 more sessions to go. We have Dr. Claude, and we are expecting His Excellency Ambassador from Guatemala to speak for the remaining sessions. Would you want to share any questions that we might have on the webinar chat or any Q&A? If you would like to take a moment and have a look at those questions and ask.
Yes, actually, Dr. Claude is facing a bit of technical issues. He'll be just here in a few minutes. Until then, I'll just share a few questions that we have received in the chat. I'll just check.
Meanwhile, I would also like to mention to all our viewers here that very shortly, in about 2 months, we will also launch India Exports 2.0 edition for the exporters or for MSMEs at large. It won't be restricted only to women entrepreneurs, but it will be open to all MSMEs. In fact, we have already successfully completed India Exports Initiative version 1 in the last year, and more than 1 lakh MSMEs were associated with that initiative, and more than 2,000 MSMEs have been enabled to join the exporter bandwagon and become first-time exporters. So it's a very, very good initiative. And in India Exports 2.0, we have classified the entire initiative into 20 sectors. We would be having webinars and ground programs under this initiative on sectoral basis. And during these programs, it would mainly target at talking about export potential, which product have potential in which countries, what are the certifications required, what are the quality standards required, how do you participate in various B2B fairs or B2C fairs, and how can you join the exports club. So it's once again a very crucial and a very great initiative, which I would invite each one of you to engage and associate with. Yeah, Atif, you would like to post any questions?
Well, we did really have some great speakers from the start of this session, focusing on different themes such as MSME ecosystem, finance, technology, innovation, quality, and we also have many government initiatives. So I'm very much sure that with the support of government, and MSMEs will surely achieve the 5 trillion economic target. And as far as the questions go, most of the questions were actually answered by the speakers that we have had.
During the
And
session.
yes, during the session. So it was really insightful session. And speaking about myself, I really had a lot to learn from very prominent speakers that we have had today.
While you also spoke about innovation, Atif, it also reminded me to once again mention about the MSME innovative scheme. Under the MSME innovative scheme, the MSMEs can avail of a reimbursement of 10,000 rupees if you have a registered trademark, and they can also get a reimbursement for up to 1 lakh rupees for a domestic patent, and they can get a reimbursement of up to 5 lakh rupees for an international patent that you might have. And India SME Forum has its own IPFC, which is IP Facilitation Center, based out of its Mumbai and Delhi offices, and we'll be very, very happy to actually give you access or help you avail benefits under this scheme of MSME innovative scheme run by the Ministry of MSME. There is one more scheme I would like to mention here about is the capacity building for first time exporters scheme. Under this scheme, once you know that you are export ready, your products are export ready, and now you just need to create the first shipping bill. That's when you will need an RCMC certificate from that is a registration cum membership certificate from a accredited export promotion council, and you will know which export promotion council bases the product that you are exporting, because there are sectoral export promotion councils, and based your product you will need to take the membership. And under the CBFTE, which is the capacity building first time exporter scheme, you can avail of reimbursement of the RCMC fees. That is number one. Number two, when you are making your first shipment, you will need to pay a premium for the ECGC, which is export credit guarantee, because you need insurance under which you can do the exports. It is basically to safeguard your interest as an exporter, to safeguard your payments from the clients who are calling out your material, and in case they do not pay, you suffer any damage, or there is any kind of mishap if it happens to the export cargo, for which the ECGC will come as a savior. So the premium paid for ECGC is also reimbursed. And lastly, any kind of testing or any kind of certification that is undertaken or that you will get done for your export product, even that testing fee up to rupees 75,000 will be reimbursed. So this CBF.
We now have Dr. Claude over here. So he'll be speaking on the topic partnerships for innovating in sustainability. Dr. Claude Beck. Welcome,
I'm
sir.
yours.
How are you, sir? Welcome. Pleasure to have you, sir.
Can you get me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Very good.
Yes.
So,
So you'll be joined with our president, sir, Mr. Vinod Kumar.
Welcome, welcome, Dr. Claude. How are you today?
very good. Thank you so much. I'm in India.
Excellent. We are looking forward to listening to you on how do we create strategies for a thriving MSME ecosystem.
Thank you very much. So, if you want to talk about ecosystems for SME, I would like to mention the case of Singapore. I think they did something very smart, which can be used in a lot of other countries. What do? First, they do their homework and they select what are the sectors for the future. So already 10 years ago, they selected, for example, biotech. Second, they tried to attract talents in order to have the right level of talents from PhD student, postdoc to professors in that very specific field. And they spent 2-3 years just building the base of the know-how by very, very solid people. Third, they sent the Economic Development Board to go and convince multinationals to come and to bring the technology. Once they have the technology in the country, they have a very big organization which is only dealing with SMEs. And it's a transfer of technology from the large multinationals to local SMEs. And third, they have another company which is in charge of exporting or helping those Singaporean companies to establish branches abroad. So you see, I think it's a very smart process. You target which sector you want to develop, you bring brains, you bring multinationals, you develop your SMEs, you help them to expand to become global leaders. It's done very systematically, and I personally think that it's one of the best models I have seen around the world in order to be able to grow SMEs. And they are really mentioning SMEs. Now, from a company perspective, you always have the three options. You build on your strength and you try out of what you know to develop your company. Or you engage together with a university into a research program. You develop a technology. You do not know exactly if the technology will correspond to a need, but at least you have developed the technology, and then you try to commercialize it. Now, the third one is, of course, to try to understand the needs before you develop the technology, and this implies a certain partnership. And I'd like here to give you an example. What we do at Swiss New Water. As you know, Swiss New Water is a startup. We are positioning ourselves at the balancing act in order to permit the development of several of sustainable development goals, but in a balanced way. So typically, we try to see how we can work to enhance public health through hygiene, things like Swachh Bharat, but without harming the environment. And there is a contradiction in terms, because if you really want to have a product which does not, or which kills the bacteria and the viruses 99.9%, 99.99%, or sometimes 6 log, this implies a lot of toxic elements which will go to the nature. So we developed a technology which enables to fight those pandemics, but at the same time to protect the environment. We developed a machine. It's a machine the size of a fridge, and which produces on the spot, like a coffee machine, 18 different formulas, all biodegradable, eco-friendly, at a cost which is equal or lower to that of the traditional chemical products. But we realized that we have used one of the segments, but there are many others. So then the question is, create a partnership with the people who know what are the needs and work with them. So very concretely, next week on Thursday, I'm in Tashkent, in Central Asia, Uzbekistan. And there we have created a steering committee with the government. And we have representatives of Ministry of Health, of Water, of Agriculture, of Environment, of Innovation. We will, with our Indian team, R&D and marketing, submit them 20 different possibilities how we can develop products. For example, it could be chemical-free pesticides. It could be exporting fruits by taking away all the bacteria and the pesticides. It could be working on the residual water of the textile industry, which is highly polluting. It could be going in zones where there is very little drinkable water and purifying the water so that it becomes drinkable. It can be preventive health. So you have a whole range of products, and we enter into a dialogue with that interministerial committee, and they will pick up the projects which they consider they correspond to the priorities of national development. Advantage for them, we are going to develop with our Indian R&D team here in Pune and with some Indian universities. But we also hire now a few scientists in Uzbekistan. So Indian and Uzbek are working together. Sometimes it's difficult because Indian are speaking English, Uzbek are speaking Russian. But we have created a multicultural team, and they will select the projects they want us to develop. The advantage for us is that we are nearly sure that there will be a customer at the end of the process because they have identified the needs and we try to respond to their needs.
Excellent.
We have undertaken that 6 months after that selection, which will be next week, so by the end of the year, we will build the first prototypes of machine corresponding exactly to that need. And then we will build a factory as well.
Excellent.
So you see, instead of saying, I have the solution, do you have a need? We say, what do you consider to be your need? What are your priorities? Let's work together. You identify it, and there will be a monthly progress. Hello.
Yes. Please go on.
Okay, because I have a black screen. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
Okay, so there will be a monthly progress report to make sure that we work hand in the hand. So I believe this is the way. I want to do the same in India. So I approached also some of the chief ministers, and I want to do it at the union level. And I would like exactly the same to make sure that we develop with our Indian teams projects which correspond to the priorities perceived by the Indian authorities as the number 1, 2, and 3. And the beauty is that after you see, for example, in Central Asia, they have already picked up something which will be export of fruits. Now, the government of Oman, they told us that they need the same. And we are working with the university, American University in Sharjah, and they said they need the same. So you can build an international working group which developed something. And the more you go in this direction, the better. The next step will be, once we will have 3 or 4 of those case studies, the intention is to go to the United Nations, so UNDP or FAO or the World Bank. And probably with the World Bank, I knew a few people at the board of directors at the World Bank, to tell them, we have a solution which now have been co-opted by the following countries. Do we have a possibility to offer the same, maybe with some adjustment, to other countries around the planet? So this is, in my view, one of the ways why a SME, especially based in India, because we have all the legitimacy, can grow internationally in Africa, in Asia, in the Middle East, in Latin America, etc.
Excellent. Excellent, Dr. Bagal.
Yeah,
it is basically a very, very shining example of what an entrepreneur based in India can actually do and take forward. I think this is a good learning for all of us. There are almost 700 people on the entrepreneurs on the call today. So for all of us, this is an eye opener. There's no doubt about it. Sushma ji?
And just to say, it needs special breed of managers. So I'm selecting managers who not only are very strong in their respective field, they need to be cross-functional, but they also need to be cross-cultural. And we need people who are the opposite of autists, because sometimes the researchers, they just close themselves into their little buckle. No, we need people who listen, who share, and who grow together with the other scientists. But here, I must say, I have found in India absolutely exceptional people in this dimension.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Cloud.
My pleasure. I am at your disposal.
Thank you so much. That was really insightful. We'll now be moving ahead with our last session of the day. Well, I'm sure everyone is noting down the info and most of the queries are being solved. Now, with this, we come to our last session of the day where we have another prominent speaker, His Highness Mr. Omar Castaneda Solares, Honorable Ambassador of the Republic of Guatemala. He will be speaking on the topic. Good evening, sir. We have
Well, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. We have
Thank you.
DG
Good.
Director General, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, Your Excellency. How are you?
Good afternoon, dear Madam Ms. Shushma Mortania, Director General of SME Forum India. It's a pleasure to see you. It's good to
Pleasure
see
is
you
all mine. Best wishes of
after
the
some months
international.
again.
Yes, and best wishes for the International MSME Day. It is always such a pleasure to have you among us and speak to our members.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And today I'm so pleased to join this important day, this SME seminar on the SME Day with my colleague, Mr. Thomas Gomez Escobedo. So we are both here and very happy to participate on this occasion. Whenever you tell me, I can start with the presentation.
So we are waiting to hear from you, sir. You may start, sir.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, I just want to initially at the outset, I want to thank you very much for this opportunity. It is great to be with the dear colleagues from SME Forum India. We had a great experience in March when we had a ministerial delegation that came from the Ministry of Economy of Guatemala, and we are looking forward to participate in more of these activities. So today I also want to send special regards to Mr. Vinod Kumar, President of SME Forum, and I wanted to participate a little bit in this important event, virtual event. Well, as you know, my country, Guatemala, has a very strong priority for entrepreneurs, for improving the capacity of all the SMEs. And of course, as the largest country in the largest economy in Central America, we facilitate everything what is related to the improvement of the small and medium enterprises. So in this context, I wanted to also inform you that we are very proud right now that Guatemala and India have accomplished 51 years of the establishment of diplomatic relations since May 16, 1972. And during the last year, 2022, a commercial exchange was registered between both countries equivalent to $625,009,300 US. Guatemalan exports were about $16,055,400 US, while goods were imported from India worth approximately $608,953,900 US. So as you can see, the commercial and the trade relation is always going up. In this business and climate and competitiveness, the government of Guatemala has encouraged all the different entrepreneurs and directors of small and medium enterprises to participate and to continue contributing to the economy of the country. Happily, also, in the last 2 years, even though our country, Guatemala, was hit by the pandemic, we are so pleased to inform you and all the participants that the Congress of Guatemala has done a lot of work, particularly improving the business climate. Several laws were approved in the last 2 years, particularly laws that improve competitiveness. And some of them, the most important, are the insolvency law, the merchant marine law, the reform to the regulations of the free trade zone law, the preferential interest for social housing law, and law for the strengthening of strategic infrastructure. We also, in the Congress of Guatemala, has also established an anti-red tape law. And there are other important legislation pieces that were adopted. One of them is the law of the promotion of foreign investments, leasing law, and the campaign for nearshoring MOUs with countries that are close, and including also the United States of America and another ones. Guatemala has been distinguished in the last 3 years for encouraging all the different small and medium enterprises and companies to participate actively in the market. And we had a very important campaign in the last years. This campaign was called the White Seal, or the Sello Blanco in Spanish. The Sello Blanco is a distinctive emblem created by the Guatemalan government to promote and highlight high-quality products in international markets. Products that meet the requirements such as quality standards, food safety, and sustainability can use the Sello Blanco, or the White Seal, in their labeling process and promotion. Using the White Seal or Sello Blanco distinction has provided great benefit to Guatemalan producers and SMEs, as it can help not only to increase the visibility and credibility of their products in the local and international markets, but in addition to that, the seal is recognized as a symbol of quality and authenticity, making consumers trust in Guatemalan products and also willing to pay a higher price. Guatemala's participation has successfully promoted the quality and food safety of its products, mirroring the Sello Blanco White Seal distinction in the international market. And after the effects of the pandemic of COVID-19, we have seen how this program, how this campaign that was started by the Ministry of Economy of Guatemala has improved the quality and the benefit of many rural areas, particularly in Guatemala, encouraging all the entrepreneurs to participate and combating, of course, poverty in their local communities. This was part of the delegation of Guatemala that participated in the SME Forum in March 2023. And I'm proud to say, as you can see here in one of the pictures, that many of the entrepreneurs that came from Guatemala were from the rural areas of the country. Some of them were entrepreneurs coming from the northern department of Guatemala called Petén, and they were dedicating basically to agricultural products. Other ones are also investing in promotion and production of coffee. And although on some of the other participants were also involved in producing artisanal products. And this campaign of the Sello Blanco, the White Seal in Guatemala, has shown a lot of success, particularly combating poverty in the most rural areas of the country. Besides that, also with the aim of promoting investment attractions, the government of Guatemala has established 65% of time and cost reduction for companies through a process that is called open government. And also with the new agency of promotion of investment in Guatemala, several entrepreneurs and also companies that wanted to invest in the country have seen how it's easier to make business in the country. Certainly, for example, as you can see, there is a website that you can visit. It's www.investinguatemala.org, and in that specific website, you can access to all the information related to Invest in Guatemala and how to make business in the country. There are several users from the different countries that have invested in the country recently, and they are appraised also about the information that could be given, particularly for supporting small and medium enterprises. Benefits to also make business in Guatemala are the different free trade agreements. We have a free trade agreement with the United States, the largest market in the world, a gateway to the largest market in Latin America, also with Mexico, and we have preferential access to the Central American market. Clearly also for investors, access to the European market through the association agreement between the European and Central America is a good opportunity for investment. And we also recently have signed a free trade agreement with the State of Israel. We are very proud also to share with our Indian colleagues through this seminar that Guatemala has improved a lot in terms of the air connectivity. We have 2 international airports, 9 local airfields, and 11 cargo airlines operating. One of the largest maritime cargo operations in the region is in 3 ports, 2 in the Pacific Ocean and 1 in the Atlantic Ocean. And also, we have a first exclusive cargo airport located in the Pacific coast near an important port of Guatemala called Puerto Quetzal. If I may, right now, I would like to share a video which shows the dynamism of the Guatemalan economy. With your permission, it's a very quick video, so I can play it right now.
Sure, sir.
Guatemala, Central America welcomes you to the preferred global investment destination, located between the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. Guatemala offers an array of logistical and productive opportunities. After facing challenging times, our country has continued to show resilience and determination. We have established ourselves as an ideal destination for investments, with a diversified economy, a strengthened industry, and a promising service sector. We are the largest economy of the region, for 4 out of 10 products are made in Guatemala. As global value chains are shifting, we have prepared for industries seeking nearshoring as an alternative to important markets. The service sector has proven its efficiency, confirmed by the presence of more than 42 companies that comply with international standards and supply foreign markets such as North and Central America. We have also become one of the best destinations for the outsourcing of services activities. Our government is determined to attract more investments. with the Senate's can ease the doing business. Guatemala has embarked on mapping infrastructure to become an intermodal logistic platform. Competitive energy costs, preferential access to markets, and our political and macroeconomic stability makes us your first-class business location. We are prepared to be your next investment destination. Invest in Guatemala, Central America's energy.
Thank you so much. With this also, you can see that the economy of Guatemala, the largest in Central America, it's very active, very dynamic. And in these years, and in the years that are coming, we certainly look forward to continue forging a better alliances, not only in trade and commerce, but also on lessons learned that we can exchange with our dear Indian colleagues. And certainly we look forward to continue participating in all the different events that are related with the importance of SMEs, and certainly looking for the next SME forum that I assume is coming in the first 6 months of the next year. This is all my presentation, and thank you very much, dear Director General. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your time and the information about Guatemala shared. I just have one question and one request.
Yes,
the question is,
I have some interference in the internet, but I think I can listen to you now very well. If you can repeat the question, please.
yeah, the question is, what are the preferred sectors that you are looking at collaborating with Indian SMEs?
Well, there are several areas, but certainly when looking to see a little bit more about everything that is related with agricultural products, pharmaceutical products, technology, IT, and I think this will be like the main 3 sectors that we can have a better relation and a better exchange.
And I have one request.
Yes.
We would like you to introduce us to any industry chamber or an SME chamber from Guatemala. So we can...
I'm sorry. I have a little interference. I'm sorry, if you can repeat that again, to introduce?
To introduce us to the industry chamber in Guatemala, so we can look at cooperation with them.
Certainly, we can do that in the coming future. We can introduce some of the members of the industry chamber and other chambers, and for sure next year we are expecting also to have participation for the SME forum, but certainly we will do that.
Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to a huge delegation from Guatemala, and we look forward to hosting you once again. Thank you for your time, and thanks for coming to this program, sir, once again. And you have a great evening. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ 56 रुपए प्रति महीना।
Well, now with this, we come to an end of our long day webinar. That is the reason this was named as a marathon. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise today. The discussions have been really enlightening and have provided us with a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities for MSMEs in different sectors. And I hope that the ideas exchanged here today will inspire entrepreneurs to explore new horizons, embrace innovation, and strive for excellence in their respective ventures. With this, I, Atif Gaukarkar, sign off. Over to you, Sushma ma'am, for the concluding remarks.
Thank you very, very much, Atif. You've been great today. And I've never run a marathon, but this has been quite an enriching and quite an exhaustive day. But it has been quite exciting as well. I take this opportunity on behalf of India SME Forum to thank all our esteemed speakers and experts who have shared such important and crucial information on not just finance, creating a robust MSME ecosystem, embracing innovation and quality, digitization, how to boost competitiveness through innovation and adopting quality, enabling cross-border and national e-commerce. Also, ESG for sustainable development of MSMEs, breaking barriers and harnessing the potential of women entrepreneurs. And of course, lastly, we did also understand about opportunities existing in Guatemala, and through Guatemala, how do you gain access to Central America, South America, and other European regions. So once again, I would like to thank all our esteemed speakers, experts who joined us today. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank our partners, Cornell, for dishing out a lovely offer for all our members, and I'm sure our members are going to avail this one-time benefit, and I'm sure they will gain good technology support and facilitation for their invoicing and GST paperwork requirement through the kernel solution. And of course, last but not the least, I would like to thank the mentors and the leaders of India SME Forum, Shri Prahlad Kakkar, Dr. Juneja, Mr. Vinod Kumar, and the entire team of India SME Forum, who tirelessly toils day in and out to work for the cause and the benefit of the MSME fraternity, and creating a robust ecosystem for the entrepreneurs and enterprises of India. So once again, heartfelt thank you with lot of gratitude. I thank all the viewers members of India SME Forum, subscribers of India SME Forum who are watching us today through different platforms on YouTube, Facebook, and other social media channels, including our website. I hope all the information shared with you this today has proved important, crucial, fruitful, has given some value, and feel free to reach us whenever you wish. We are here to help you. Please feel free to write to me on dg@indiasmeforum.com, dg as in Delhi, Goa, @indiasmeforum.com. Once again, thank you very much and best wishes for the International MSME Day. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.
पार्टी में तो चल रहा है ना आज?
कहाँ यार, इतना पेपर वर्क बाकी है, बिल्स हैं, ईवे बिल्स हैं, सीए को डिटेल भेजना है, आज का दिन तो गया।
फिर तो कबूतर भी पाले होंगे ये पेपर्स भेजने के लिए।
क्या मतलब?
मतलब ये आउटडेटेड तरीके छोड़ो, कर्नल डाउनलोड करो। सिर्फ कर्नल ही देता है फुल्ली डिजिटाइज्ड बिलिंग। सिर्फ एक बार डिटेल्स डालो और फिर एस्टिमेट, प्रोफार्मा इनवॉइस, ईवे बिल, जीएसटी टैक्स इनवॉइस सब हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। और ये सब होता है ऐप या वेबसाइट से, कभी भी कहीं भी।
यार फिर तो बड़ा महंगा होगा।
अरे रेट सुनोगे तो होश ही उड़ जाएंगे। आज ही कर्नल डाउनलोड करें और अपने बिजनेस को बनाएं फुल्ली डिजिटल।
कर्नल, डिजिटल इंडिया की डिजिटल बिलिंग। कर्नल ले आए हैं इंडिया एसएमई फोरम मेंबर्स के लिए एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफर, अब सिर्फ ₹56 प्रति महीना।